We move through our days with a quiet assumption that life should, in some basic way, be enough. Yet, if you pause and listen closely, there is often a faint mismatch. Moments pass, bodies tire. Relationships shift. Even in good times, something feels just slightly out of reach. The Buddha gave a name to this underlying roughness of experience. Dukkha. Not only obvious pain or loss, but the deeper sense that whatever we hold onto cannot quite satisfy us for long. This is where our journey begins, with a clear look at the unease woven into ordinary life. From this starting point, the Buddha did something radical. Instead of appealing to sacred texts or abstract theories about the universe, he turned inward and treated experience itself as a field of investigation. Like a quiet, persistent scientist of the inner world, he watched thoughts, feelings, sensations, and choices arise and pass, again and again. Out of this patient attention came a startling insight: the solid I we feel at the center of our lives is not what it seems. We speak as if there were a single owner of our experiences, a permanent self standing behind them. The Buddha suggested that this is a powerful habit of mind, not an ultimate fact. What we call a person is an unfolding stream of processes: bodily sensations, emotions, perceptions, tendencies, and brief moments of awareness. They appear, interact, and fade. Nowhere under analysis is there a fixed core that never changes. Yet this is not a philosophy of despair. It is a middle path between two tempting stories. On one side, the idea of an eternal soul that stands untouched by change. On the other, the thought that we are nothing but a flicker, with no real continuity or moral weight. The Buddha refused both extremes. Instead, he described reality as a web of interdependent actions shaping character, intentions leaving traces, patterns continuing without a permanent owner behind them. In this exploration, we will move between two ways of seeing. At the everyday or conventional level, persons and selves are real enough to love, to care for, and to take responsibility for. At a deeper, ultimate level, these same persons dissolve into shifting conditions and relations. This path is not about winning an argument. It is about loosening a grip. As we walk it together, notice how your own sense of I is formed from passing experiences. Notice where clinging appears and how it feels. The question that quietly guides us is simple and profound. If this illusion softens, what might it mean for suffering, in its deepest sense, to come to an end? Part 1. The Śramana movement and the rejection of authority. Across northern India, in the centuries before the Buddha, a quiet rebellion was already underway. The great rivers carried trade and stories, but something subtler was shifting. People began to doubt the inherited script of a meaningful life. For generations, that script was written by the Brahmin, priestly class, and anchored in the Vedas. These ancient hymns and rituals were treated as timeless revelations, crucial for cosmic order. One was to perform sacrifices, recite verses, uphold duties, trusting priests knew the way. The belief was, if the ritual world was in order, the inner world would follow. Yet under this ritual surface, discontent grew. Sacrificial fires couldn't mask a deeper question: why did fear, loss, and dissatisfaction persist despite correct ceremonies and inherited duties? Why did even the privileged feel exposed to aging, illness, and death? for a critical minority, the old answers began to sound less like wisdom and more like habit. From this unease emerged a new social figure, the wandering renunciant, the Śramana. These men and women literally walked away from the script, leaving family, property, and ritual obligations. They took to forests and roads with a radical claim liberation from suffering wasn't in sacrificing animals, but in transforming the mind and heart of the one who suffers. The Śramanas were not a single school, but a loose, diverse movement of experimenters. Some practiced extreme austerities, believing desire could be burned away with hunger and pain. Some taught precise knowledge of a timeless self was the key to release. Others, more skeptical, suggested no reliable knowledge of ultimate reality was possible. One should simply cultivate detachment. What united them was not shared doctrine, but a shared refusal. They refused to take a text's age, a priest's status, or tradition's weight as decisive authority. They measured teachings by a different standard. Does this address suffering's roots in my experience? Does it change how craving, fear, and confusion arise and pass in this mind? Gautama, who would be called the Buddha, stepped into this world already in motion. Born into rank, he had access to comforts ritual religion promised to protect. Yet the sight of vulnerability, an old man, a sick body, a corpse, a wandering ascetic, cut through that comfort. It revealed a truth sacrificial fires could not cover. No social position or ritual correctness could shield a person from the basic fragility of existence. When he left home, Gautama joined a movement questioning authority's foundations. He studied with teachers claiming deep meditative attainments and metaphysical insight, offering intricate descriptions of cosmic planes, gods, and subtle mind states. He mastered their techniques. And yet, something remained unresolved for him. The experiences he attained, powerful and sublime, were not final. They didn't end dissatisfaction or uproot clinging. So, in a move characteristic of the Śramana spirit, he left even these esteemed teachers. He refused to treat meditative visions, no matter how exalted, as beyond question. The Śramana landscape was crowded with competing offers: liberation through an eternal self, strict moral discipline, extreme asceticism, skeptical detachment, or denial of moral causality. Some groups rejected the Vedas but retained old social logic. Others rejected both, arguing life had no deep moral structure, and one should simply enjoy what one could. In this setting, the Buddha's eventual stance is easier to appreciate. He didn't just reject one authority to install another, he quietly shifted the axis of authority itself. Rather than grounding his teaching in revelation or metaphysical speculation, he grounded it in what could be observed in experience: how suffering arises, changes, and ends. This didn't mean he dismissed reason. He used analogy, argument, and careful analysis, but always tethered to a practical criterion. Does this loosen craving and confusion? A theory about the cosmos that doesn't touch suffering's roots was irrelevant, like debating clouds' shape while the house is burning. This was radical in his cultural moment. When someone claimed a ritual guaranteed favorable rebirth, Buddha didn't cite scripture. He asked, what intention or mental pattern does this ritual foster? Does it cultivate generosity, clarity, non-attachment? Or does it nourish pride, fear, and dependence on external powers? This shift is philosophical. Knowledge in this view isn't blind acceptance or pure speculation. It's closer to disciplined phenomenology, a careful, repeated observation of how mind and world interact. Authority belongs to patterns seen by anyone looking closely and honestly enough, not to persons or texts. The Śramana movement also highlighted that life is part of a larger causal continuum of birth, death, action, and consequence. Karma and rebirth existed before Buddha. But the question was their practical meaning. Were rituals the main engine of karmic fruit? Or was liberation from rebirth a matter of inner understanding and character? Many Śramana's paths tilted toward extremes: total withdrawal or relentless self-punishment. Gautama tried such extremes, almost to death. Seeing a tortured mind was desperate, not lucid. Insight didn't bloom in constant agony. From this, he turned away from harsh asceticism and began to articulate what he'd call the middle path. This middle path preserved the Śramana rejection of blind authority but softened its edges. It didn't return to ritual orthodoxy, nor did it treat ordinary life as worthless. Instead it asked, how can a human live, think, and practice so suffering's conditions gradually unravel? That question remains at the heart of his philosophy. To understand Buddha as a philosopher is to place him among seekers who took existence as a problem to be solved, not merely accepted. He both belonged to and transcended that movement, sharing their suspicion of inherited authority, hunger for liberation, and experimental spirit. But he also offered a distinctive answer, a systematic, experience-based analysis of suffering and its causes. From here, our journey narrows. Having seen the landscape where Buddha moved, we turn to the question that drove him. What, exactly, is this thing we call existential suffering? And how can it be understood with enough clarity that the grip it has on us can finally begin to loosen? Part 2. The diagnosis of existential suffering. Beneath pleasant moments, beneath success and love and ordinary contentment, there often runs a subtle undercurrent. It is not always dramatic. It can feel more like a faint background hum, a quiet sense that something is not entirely secure, not fully complete. This is the territory the Buddha chose to examine with unusual honesty. He named this underlying roughness dukkha. The word is often translated as suffering, but that English term can be misleading. We tend to hear suffering and think only of obvious pain, illness, grief, poverty, trauma. Dukkha includes these, but reaches further. It points to the way even our most cherished experiences are shadowed by instability and loss. The Buddha approached this not as a preacher of doom, but as a kind of physician. He framed his core teaching in the structure of a medical diagnosis. There is a disease, there is a cause, there is the possibility of a cure, and there is a path of treatment. Before we can understand causes or cures, we must be willing to see the disease clearly. For him, this meant daring to look directly at the structure of our lives, not only when things fall apart, but even and especially when they seem to be going well. Consider a simple joy, sharing a meal with friends, laughing, feeling ease and connection. In the moment, nothing seems lacking. Yet built into that scene is a quiet tension. The evening will end. The friendships will change. Bodies will age. Memory itself will fade. Knowing this, even dimly, can prevent us from fully trusting the happiness that is present. We try to hold on, to fix the moment, to repeat it. But repetition never feels quite the same. A trace of disappointment seeps in. Dukkha, in this sense, is not a verdict that life is only pain. It is an observation that whatever depends on conditions, on health, on other people, on circumstances, on mood, is inherently unreliable as a lasting source of fulfillment. There is always the threat of change, and with that threat comes a ripple of unease. The tradition sometimes distinguishes three flavors of this unease. There is the dukkha of obvious, suffering, the hurt of a broken bone, the grief of losing someone we love, the anxiety of not knowing how we will survive. There is the dukkha of change, the creeping discomfort that appears when pleasant states inevitably shift, when excitement becomes boredom, when romance softens into routine, when success is followed by fear of failure. And finally, there is the dukkha of conditioned existence itself, the subtle sense that, as long as we are caught in a web of causes and effects, vulnerable to forces beyond our control, something in us cannot fully rest. For many of us, this last dimension is the hardest to see. We might accept that pain and loss are part of life, but still believe that with the right career, the right relationship, the right spiritual state, we will finally arrive at a stable okay-ness. The Buddha gently questioned this hope. He observed that everything we can point to as me or mine, this body, these feelings, these perceptions, these habits, these views, changes, none of it can be held in place. This insight can sound bleak at first, but notice what it is not saying. It does not declare that joy is impossible, or that beauty is an illusion. It does not ask us to turn away from love, creativity, or engagement with the world. Rather, it invites a shift in how we relate to all of these. To enjoy them when they arise, but without the heavy demand that they save us from all insecurity. In everyday life, this demand appears as clinging. A pleasant experience arises, and almost immediately a quiet voice says, "Stay. Do not change. Be mine." An unpleasant experience arises, and the voice says, "Go away. Do not exist. Do not belong to me." This push and pull, this insistence that reality match our preferences, is what turns the basic fact of impermanence into a source of anguish. The Buddha saw that our sense of a solid I stands at the center of this drama. It is this imagined owner of experiences who grasps and resists, who tries to secure a safe position within a world that will not stay still. When we feel I am threatened, I am diminished, I am not enough, dukkha tightens its hold. Even when pleasant, our experiences become fuel for anxiety. Will I lose this? Will I get more? Will others see me as I wish to be seen? To diagnose existential suffering, then, is to notice patterns rather than isolated events. One bad day is not the point. What matters is the repeated sense that no arrangement of external conditions and internal moods can deliver permanent security to this imagined self at the center. As long as we seek that kind of final satisfaction in what is by nature changing, disappointment is guaranteed. Yet the Buddha did not present this as an abstract complaint about human life. He treated it as something to be verified in one's own direct observation. Watch, he seems to say, the next time you experience pleasure. Notice how, almost immediately, desire to prolong it arises. Notice the faint tension in that desire. When something disagreeable occurs, observe the resistance. the inner recoil, and how much energy it consumes. Track in real time how your sense of me swells when praised and contracts when blamed. Seen in this way, dukkha is not a metaphysical doctrine. It is a pattern in experience, available to anyone who takes the time to observe. The first noble truth, that existence as ordinarily lived is pervaded by dukkha, is not a demand that we adopt a gloomy philosophy, but an invitation to drop our defenses and see how things actually feel. Why is this honesty so central? Because any attempt to transform our condition that is built on denial will fail. If we believe that the right relationship, the right status, or the right spiritual state will freeze the flow of change, we will keep seeking solutions in places that cannot deliver them. We will interpret every crack in our arrangements as a personal failure rather than as a structural feature of conditioned life. The Buddha's diagnosis can therefore be read as an act of compassion. Only when we stop pretending that ordinary satisfactions can be made absolute do we become truly available to another way of relating to experience. The point is not to despise ordinary happiness, but to stop leaning on it with more weight than it can bear. This is why the insight into dukkha is so closely linked to the insight into impermanence and non-self. The unease we feel arises not simply because things change, but because we take changing things to be central to who we are. We weave them into a story of my life and then suffer when the story fails to unfold as imagined. The tighter the story, the sharper the pain when it tears. Later Buddhist thinkers would explore this diagnosis with great subtlety, analyzing how each moment of experience is marked by this tension when viewed from the standpoint of a grasping self. But the basic insight is simple enough to state: as long as we insist that a world of changing phenomena provide an anchor of unchanging security, we will be disappointed. To continue insisting is to deepen the wound. Recognizing this does not, by itself, end suffering. But it changes the terrain. Instead of fighting the fact that life is unstable, we begin to ask different questions. If everything is conditioned and impermanent, what follows? If there is no fixed core self to protect, how might our relationship to pain and pleasure shift? The Buddha's answer begins with a further claim that dukkha is not random. It arises from specific causes and conditions, and if those causes can be understood, they can be transformed. To see how, we must now turn from diagnosis to causality, from the description of our unease to the deep roots that keep feeding it. Part 3. Causality and the roots of dissatisfaction. Every pattern of suffering, in the Buddha's view, rests on a pattern of causes. Nothing simply appears without conditions, and nothing persists without being continually fed. To understand how dissatisfaction operates, we must therefore look not only at what we feel, but at the chain of events, outer and inner, that gives rise to those feelings. The Buddha expressed this insight in a simple, almost austere formula: when this is, that is, with the arising of this, that arises. When this is not, that is not, with the cessation of this, that ceases. This is his principle of dependent arising. It is not a grand theory about the origin of the universe. It is a sober observation about how things, especially mental and experiential things, come to be. Think of anger. It does not fall from the sky. It arises when certain conditions come together, a painful stimulus. Perhaps a sense of being treated unfairly, past habits of reacting, an underlying fear or insecurity. Change any of these conditions, and the anger changes. Remove enough of them, and the anger cannot arise in the same way. This is not moral judgment. It is simply how mental states work. The same logic applies to the broader currents of our lives. A particular pattern of dissatisfaction, chronic restlessness, for example, depends on a network of conditions. These include expectations learned in childhood, cultural ideals of productivity, an internalized sense that one is valued only when achieving. None of this is fixed. Each element arose due to earlier causes. Each can, in principle, be seen softened and transformed. For the Buddha, this conditional structure forms the heart of the second noble truth. There is a cause, or rather a web of causes, for the dukkha we experience. It is not random, and it is not the decree of a distant power. This means that suffering is, in a deep sense, intelligible. We can investigate it. In the earliest formulations of this investigation, we find an analysis often summarized in a chain of 12 links, describing how a life of dissatisfaction unfolds. The technical details vary across texts, but the spirit is clear. The process begins not with a sin, nor with a single bad choice, but with ignorance. This ignorance is a basic misunderstanding of our situation, not merely lack of information. It is a lived mis-seeing. We fail to grasp that all conditioned things are impermanent, that clinging to them brings suffering. We also fail to grasp that what we call a self is not a fixed, separate entity. Operating under this misperception, we move through the world. We behave as if there were a solid I who could finally secure lasting satisfaction by acquiring, defending, and controlling. From this starting point, the chain unfolds. Perceptions arise. Feelings of pleasure, pain, and neutrality appear in response. Because of ignorance, we do not see these feelings simply as passing phenomena. We appropriate them. We think this is my pleasure, my pain, my neutral boredom. We build identity around them. I am the one who enjoys this, who hates that, who cannot bear this kind of discomfort. This appropriation, this taking of experiences and processes as I and mine, gives rise to craving and aversion. We reach out for what we like, trying to prolong it. We push away what we dislike, trying to annihilate it. In both movements, the imagined self at the center becomes more entrenched. Our actions, driven by this craving and aversion, then create new conditions, new habits, new patterns of perception. The wheel turns. Traditionally, this circular process is extended across lifetimes. Ignorance, craving, and clinging seed future births, which in turn provide yet more ground for ignorance. But even if we bracket the question of rebirth and look only at this life, the structure remains visible. We are born into families and cultures with their own views and habits. Ignorance of impermanence, of non-self, filters our early experiences. We learn to cling, to define ourselves through possession and status, to fear loss. In response, we act, we compete, isolate, over-secure, manipulate. Those actions create consequences, outer and inner, that often confirm our original confusion. Causality here is not a single line of dominoes, but more like a tangle of roots, each feeding and being fed in turn. The Buddha's achievement was to trace, within this tangle, the most crucial strands. He identified ignorance, craving, and clinging as the key conditions that sustain dukkha. As long as these are present, however refined our pleasures, the basic tone of unease will continue. Seen in this light, the second noble truth is less about blaming desire in a blanket way. It's more about noticing a specific kind of desire. Wanting food when hungry is natural. Wanting shelter, connection, and safety is part of being embodied and relational. The problem lies in the insistence that these changing goods fulfill an impossible task to provide permanent, unshakable security to an imagined, unchanging self. That insistence is what the tradition calls craving or tanha. This is why the Buddha placed causality at the core of his discovery. If suffering was simply a fact, baked into the essence of existence, nothing could be done. One might resign oneself or distract oneself. No deep transformation would be possible. Conversely, if suffering were purely random, no insight could guide us. But if dukkha arises dependently, if it requires particular conditions, then a path opens. We can learn how not to feed the roots. Crucially, this causal vision also marks a middle position between two tempting extremes. On one side stands fatalism, the belief that everything that happens is fixed by fate, divine will, or unbreakable destiny. On the other stands a radical indeterminism, the view that events are uncaused or that actions have no meaningful consequences. The Buddha refused both. For him, things arise because of conditions, but those conditions can themselves be influenced. Our choices matter not as free, floating acts, but as new inputs into the causal stream. This means that ethical action is not about pleasing a judge outside the system. It is about shaping the system itself, our minds, our relationships, our environments, so that the conditions for clarity and ease become more frequent. The conditions for confusion and harm become rarer. Intention in this context is not a hidden metaphysical force, it is simply the direction of the mind. It is the direction of the mind that sets certain processes in motion rather than others. Meditative practice fits naturally into this picture. When one sits quietly and observes the flow of experience, one is learning to see causality from the inside. A thought arises, tinged with resentment. We notice it was preceded by a memory, by a bodily tightening, by a particular image of self and other. As we watch, we may see how believing that thought intensifies the tension, while letting it pass without feeding it allows the body and mind to soften. Over time, we begin to trust that no state is self-existing, each has conditions. This trust is the beginning of freedom. In later parts of the tradition, dependent arising would be interpreted in many subtle ways, as a description of the microstructure of momentary experience. It's also seen as a cosmological principle and as a logical insight into the emptiness of all phenomena. But at its core lies a very practical message. If dukkha arises because we misunderstand impermanence and self, and because we respond with clinging, then any step toward clearer seeing and gentler responding shifts the causal pattern. To trace causality in this way is not to reduce human life to a mechanical chain. On the contrary, it restores depth to our choices. When we see how a harsh word can echo in another's mind for years, or how an act of generosity can soften our own heart. We begin to sense the texture of interdependence. We recognize that what we do, say, and think are not small. They are strands in a web. These strands shape the future contours of experience for ourselves and for others. The Buddha's teaching on causality, then, is not simply a philosophical doctrine. It is a lens through which dissatisfaction becomes understandable rather than overwhelming. It encourages a shift from, "Why is this happening to me?" It encourages a shift to, "Given these conditions, how could this have arisen? And what conditions am I now creating?" That shift, repeated many times, weakens the reflex of self-centered resentment. It strengthens the capacity for wise response. In the end, causality and the roots of dissatisfaction form two sides of the same inquiry. To know what dukkha is, we must see how it is built. To see how it is built, we must follow the lines of dependence inward. Follow them inward, toward ignorance and clinging, and outward, toward behavior and its ripple effects. Only then does the possibility of a different way of being begin to make sense. This is a way in which the chain is gradually loosened. In the chapters to come, we will look more closely at how the Buddha deconstructed the very idea of a solid person. We will explore how that deconstruction, far from erasing our humanity, opens a gentler, more spacious form of life. For now, it is enough to sit with this simple, demanding claim: our suffering is conditioned, and because it is conditioned, it can, under the right conditions, cease. Part 4. Deconstructing the person, the 5 skandhas. In tracing the outline of a human life, we usually begin with a name. We say, "This is who I am," pointing to a body, a biography, memories and preferences. It feels natural to imagine this belongs to a stable owner at the center of experience. Yet, when the Buddha turned inward, he found no such center, but a pattern instead. To make this pattern visible, he offered a profound framework, the 5 skandhas, or aggregates. These are not mysterious substances, but headings for our lived experience. Together they make up what we call a person. Yet taken one by one, each turns out to be shifting, contingent, and not quite the I we assume. Aggregate already hints at the teaching. It's a heap, a temporary collection. Think of a sand dune. From a distance, it looks solid. Up close, it dissolves into countless grains, moved by wind and weather. The skandhas invite us to step closer, to let what seems solid become granular. The first aggregate is form, or matter. This means the body has experienced internally weight, warmth, pressure, breath, aches, and skin texture. It also includes the sense organs and the world they reveal. When we say, "I am tired," or "I am hungry," we lean heavily on this aggregate. If we pause, the body is anything but static. Muscles tense, heart rate changes, cells replace themselves. Height, hair, and posture constantly transform. The body is not a fixed statue, but a living current, reliable yet never the same. Calling this flow me is convenient. But if we ask for a body that exists apart from these ongoing processes, one that does not age, ache, or alter, nothing presents itself. There is only form, ceaselessly changing. The second aggregate is feeling tone, not rich psychological feelings, but a basic sense: is each moment of experience pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral? Every contact between sense and world carries this quiet flavour, the warmth of sunlight, the sting of words, the dullness of waiting. Even ordinary moments have a tone, usually noticed only when it's especially sweet or sharp, profoundly impacting our perception. When we look closely, this tone is constantly in motion. Pleasant tastes fade, discomfort shifts, neutral moments become irritating or soothing. The Buddha pointed to this field because here craving takes root. We want pleasant to last, unpleasant to end, neutral to become interesting. We builden around these wants. I am happy, I am miserable, yet tones arise and pass, often without permission. They do not stay still long enough to be the stable heart of who we are, revealing their transient nature. The third aggregate is perception, the mind's habit of recognizing, labeling, and sorting. A light pattern becomes tree, a sound, friend's voice. A tightening in the chest becomes anxiety or excitement, depending on the story perception supplies, shaping our internal narrative. Perception allows us to navigate the world. Without it, everything would be a blur. Yet it also reveals our constructed reality. We mishear, react to unintended meanings, mistake ropes for snakes, or interpret expressions through insecurities. Perception works, but doesn't always track pure reality. The Buddha invites us to see ourself. Sense leans on these recognitions. I am this kind of person. I like these foods, ideas, people. Yet these labels shift. What you loved, you may grow indifferent to. Views held at 18 may no longer fit later. Even your temperament can be revised by new experiences. Perception is valuable, flexible, revisable, and often mistaken, unfit for an eternal I. The fourth aggregate is elusive mental formations or volitional tendencies. These include habits, impulses, intentions, and character patterns that steer us. Consider your attention drawn to news, irritation in traffic, or the urge to check your phone when bored. These are examples. These formations give your life continuity. Others describe you as patient or quick, tempered based on recurring patterns. It feels natural to say, "This is who I am," but these tendencies are conditioned, shaped by upbringing, culture, choices, and reinforcements. Under different conditions, a different pattern might have emerged. Moreover, these formations are not fixed. Anger can soften through practice. Fear can be met with courage and transformed. Training the mind means, my nature is a current, not a rock. To identify completely with these is to mistake a weather pattern for the sky. The fifth aggregate is consciousness, not a pure witness, but the simple knowing of experience. It appears in many flavors. Visual hearing, taste, bodily and mental consciousness each arises when specific conditions meet, like an eye and a form. Introspecting, it feels like a single, stable subject of experience exists. But the Buddha suggests it's momentary knowings blurring into a stream. Like film frames, these moments create continuity. Yet any particular moment is brief, dependent, and gone as soon as it occurs. Putting these five aggregates together, we get something recognizably human: a body, shifting pleasure and pain, perceptions, habits, and awareness. This is what we ordinarily point to as I. Conventionally, we're not wrong. This pattern is real enough to live, love, and suffer. But the Buddha asks, does any aggregate qualify as a permanent, independent self? Is there a core apart from changing body, feelings, labels? When we grasp for such a core, it slips away. We find only aggregates arising, passing, and influencing one another in a delicate web. Approach this as an experiment in attention. Sit quietly, bring awareness to the body, notice sensations, pressure, warmth, tingling, movement. Then notice feeling, tone pleasant, unpleasant, neutral. Observe labels like uch or pain. Watch impulses, shift, scratch, get up. Finally notice the awareness in which all this takes place. Ask, is there a separate owner, or just the unfolding process itself? This deconstruction isn't meant to erase the person. The Buddha isn't saying we don't exist, but that a person is like a symphony. There is pattern, structure, melody, and rhythm, but no single note is the symphony, no object is the music itself. There is only the ongoing arrangement of many elements, woven together over time, a dynamic and evolving composition. When we cling to any aggregate as me or mine, tension follows. We suffer clinging to youth, pleasant feelings and views. We cling to habits, suffering when they harm us. We even cling to states of consciousness, suffering when they fade. Deconstructing the person into Skandhas is not academic. It loosens clinging, showing what we freeze as I is always in motion. As insight deepens, the grip of craving and fear softens. A person remains capable of care, responsibility, and joy. But the imagined owner behind the process grows lighter, less rigid, less absolute, allowing for greater freedom and peace. In this lighter space, compassion moves freely for ourselves, caught in patterns not entirely our own making. Also for others, shaped by aggregates beyond their full control. The 5 Skandhas are not a verdict, but a lens revealing our dynamic nature. From this vantage point, Buddha's arguments on impermanence and control make more sense. Seeing the person as shifting psychophysical elements, not a hidden soul. We ask, if every part changes, what remains the same? If no part is an owner, what does it mean to act, choose, be responsible? These are the profound questions we will turn to next, inviting deeper reflection on our existence. Part 5. The argument from impermanence. From within the flow of an ordinary day, it can feel as though we are standing still while time moves around us. Childhood seems far away, yet we say, with quiet certainty, that the child in an old photograph is still me. The face has changed, the voice has deepened or softened, the beliefs and desires may be almost unrecognizable. Still a thread of identity is assumed to run through it all. The Buddha did not deny this thread of continuity, but he questioned the story we tell about what holds it together. At the heart of his inquiry lies a simple observation. Whatever we can point to in experience is marked by impermanence. It appears, it lingers for a while, it alters, and eventually it fades. This is not a pessimistic doctrine. It is a description of how things actually behave, available to anyone who is willing to look closely. The argument from impermanence begins from this quiet noticing and uses it to challenge the idea of a permanent self. Consider first the body. Even without scientific detail, its mutability is obvious. The infant's soft limbs, the adolescent's restless energy, the adult's gradual slowing, the elder's fragile bones. At every stage, the body is undeniably mine, yet never exactly the same. Illness, injury, exercise, and rest leave their marks. We can dye hair, tone muscles, change diets, but we cannot secure the body against time. It does not remain unchanged even for a single season, let alone for a lifetime. If a self is supposed to be something enduring and the body is constantly in flux, the body alone cannot be that self. The same is true of feeling, tone, the basic pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral flavour of each moment. Delight at a kind word can sour into suspicion with a small change in circumstances. Comfort becomes restlessness. Pain turns to numbness, then perhaps to relief. No emotional weather lasts. If we stake our identity on how we feel right now, we will be carried along by each new gust of experience. Perception, too, is fickle. The world we see is not a fixed picture, but a moving interpretation. What once seemed obviously true can come to feel naive. People we admired may disappoint us. Others we dismissed may reveal hidden depths. Even in a single conversation, our sense of what is happening can change as new information appears. Our labels and stories are revised constantly. They cannot serve as an unchanging anchor. Our dispositions and mental formations, the patterns that make up our character, seem more stable. I have always been this way, we might say, but biographies, both our own and others, suggest otherwise. A shy teenager becomes a confident teacher. An impulsive young adult learns patience through parenting. A habit of self-criticism softens in therapy or spiritual practice. When we look back, we may be surprised at how different we were, how much our fears and priorities have shifted. The very possibility of growth, of moral and psychological development, rests on the fact that these formations are not fixed. They too are impermanent. Finally, there is consciousness, the knowing of sights, sounds, thoughts, and feelings. Here impermanence is perhaps the most basic. Every moment of awareness has a beginning and an end. Attention flickers from one object to another. One thought crowds out another. One mood gives way to its opposite. Even a state of deep concentration does not last. It can be interrupted by a sound, a memory, a subtle tightening in the body. No single moment of awareness continues unchanged. The Buddha drew a straightforward conclusion from this survey. If by self we mean something permanent, something that persists without alteration, and could ground our identity across all change, then none of these aggregates qualifies. Each is impermanent. Each arises in dependence on conditions. Each passes away when those conditions shift. To claim that there is a self beyond them, hidden and unchanging, would be to claim something that never shows up in experience at all. This conclusion can feel unsettling. We want there to be something that lasts. Without it, how can love be more than a temporary chemical storm? How can commitments, responsibilities, or moral growth be meaningful if the one who loves, promises, and grows is never the same, from one moment to the next? Beneath these questions lies a longing for security. We hope that somewhere beneath the shifting surface of Life there is a rock we can stand on, a real me, untouched by decay and loss. The Buddha's response is subtle. He does not say that there is only chaos, only fragmentation. Instead, he invites us to consider another kind of continuity, not the continuity of a fixed substance, but of an ongoing process. A flame passed from one candle to another is not a single, unchanging thing that jumps across. But we still meaningfully say that one flame lights the next. A river is never made of the same water twice, yet its pattern persists. We can name it, navigate by it, build a life around its presence. In the same way, the continuity of a person is not the persistence of an immortal core, but the unfolding of causes and conditions over time. The body now is shaped by the food we ate, the injuries we survived, the genes we inherited. The mind now is shaped by past choices, recurring thoughts, cultural influences, and countless impressions we barely remember. Tomorrow's mind and body will, in turn, be shaped by what we think, say, and do today. There is no separate owner standing apart from this stream. There is just the stream itself. This view becomes even more striking when extended beyond a single lifetime into the realm of rebirth. The early Buddhist tradition teaches that death is not the end of the flow of causes and conditions. The momentum of intention and habit continues. From the standpoint of the teaching, actions leave traces that outlive the particular configuration we currently call me. Yet here too, the Buddha does not posit a soul that transmigrates intact from one life to the next. When pressed on what exactly is reborn, he often remained silent or answered with metaphors. What continues is not a fixed entity, but a causal pattern, like a flame lighting another flame, like an echo that gradually fades yet still carries the shape of the original sound. Within a single life, the argument from impermanence serves another, more intimate function. It shines light on the way we suffer when we resist change. We cling to youth and are startled by wrinkles in the mirror. We cling to a particular role, parent, professional, partner, and feel lost when circumstances alter. We cling to our opinions and identities, and feel personally threatened when they are questioned. This clinging rests on the hope that we can freeze what is, or at least move it, only in directions we approve. Impermanence tells a different story. Everything we hold will one day slip from our hands. Seeing this clearly is not meant to plunge us into despair. Paradoxically, it can bring a kind of relief. When we understand that pleasure is impermanent, we are less frantic in trying to maintain it at all costs. When we understand that pain is impermanent, we can endure it with more patience, knowing it, too, will pass. Grief, shame, fear, elation, all states of mind become weather rather than destiny. This softens the sense that any given moment defines us completely. At the same time, impermanence makes our actions more, not less, significant. Because nothing is fixed, there is room for things to become otherwise. A harsh word can be followed by an apology. A habit of distraction can be met with practice and gradually transformed. A life oriented towards self-protection can slowly tilt toward generosity. If everything were permanent, no real change would be possible. We would be frozen in whatever condition we happen to begin with. Impermanence is the very space in which freedom and growth can occur. Still a question lingers. If there is no unchanging self, who is it that suffers? Who is it that practices, that wakes up, that becomes free? The tradition answers by redirecting the question. It suggests that we look not for an owner of experience, but at the experience itself. When suffering is present, can it be relieved? When confusion is present, can it be clarified? These are practical questions, not metaphysical ones. The argument from impermanence is not an abstract puzzle. It is a way of undermining the deep assumption that there must be some eternal me to protect at all costs. As this assumption loosens, our relationship to life begins to shift. Loss is still painful, but it is less of an affront. We see that everything dear to us is also changing. Our own bodies, the people we love, the places we call home. There is a tenderness that comes from recognizing this shared fragility. Gratitude, too, becomes more vivid when we know that nothing we enjoy is guaranteed to last. A conversation, a cup of tea, a moment of understanding, each is a temporary meeting of conditions that will never be repeated in exactly the same way. The Buddha's argument from impermanence, then, is not a cold negation of the self. It is a mirror held up to the way things actually are. When we look into it honestly, the idea of a permanent, independent core begins to seem less obvious, less necessary. In its place, a different vision emerges of life, as an unfolding of identity, as pattern rather than substance, of each moment as both passing and formative. This vision naturally opens onto another question, one that cuts to the heart of our sense of agency. If everything is changing, and if there is no fixed self at the helm, who or what is in control? Are we merely being carried along by causes we do not choose? Or is there some meaningful sense in which we can steer our lives? To approach this, the Buddha offered another line of reasoning the argument from control. It invites us to look with the same honest attention at what we can and cannot command in our own experience. Part 6. The argument from control and agency. Sometimes, though, in the middle of a difficult afternoon, we discover the limits of our own will. We decide not to worry, and the thought returns. We promise ourselves we will not lose our temper, and irritation still flares. We go to bed early, intending to wake refreshed, and find the body heavy and unresponsive. These small cracks in our sense of sovereignty are familiar. Yet we rarely let them question the deeper picture, the image of a self as an inner controller. A pilot seated behind the eyes, steering the ship of body and mind. The Buddha turned his attention directly to this image and asked a simple question. If such a controller exists, where is it, and what kind of power does it actually have? The argument from control begins with an intuition that many of us share. If something truly were myself, in the strongest sense, I would have authority over it. At the very least, it should reliably obey my commands. If this body were myself, I might wish it never to fall ill, never to age, never to be clumsy or weak. If this mind were myself, I might wish it always to be clear, focused, and kind. The fact that these wishes are so often frustrated suggests that neither body nor mind can be the kind of sovereign self we secretly imagine. Take the body. We can influence it, sometimes dramatically. We can train muscles, regulate diet, medicate illness. Yet the body retains a deep autonomy. It becomes sick despite our best efforts. It sweats, shivers, and ages without requesting permission. If we command, "Do not feel pain," the body does not automatically obey. Even basic functions like heartbeat and digestion continue largely outside our conscious control. If the body were truly an all-obedient self, this resistance would be hard to explain. The mind reveals a similar pattern. We think of it as our most intimate possession, yet anyone who has tried to meditate, or simply to fall asleep while anxious, knows how unruly it can be. Thoughts arise without being invited. Emotions swell and recede according to their own rhythms. Memories intrude unbidden, songs loop endlessly, worries rehearse themselves. Even when we recognize that a certain pattern of thinking causes suffering, it may persist. Again we have influence, but nothing like absolute command. The Buddha's reasoning runs like this: if something were truly mine, in the sense of being myself, I should be able to bend it entirely to my will. But in practice, every aspect of experience, bodily, emotional, cognitive, slips out of that grasp. Therefore, whatever these aspects are, they cannot be the kind of self we are seeking. They are better understood as parts of a complex process shaped by numerous causes, only some of which lie within our current sphere of influence. There is an even subtler way to put the point. Imagine a tool like a knife. A knife can cut many things, but it cannot cut itself. Or consider the fingertip. It can touch many surfaces, but it cannot directly touch itself. We instinctively understand this limit. An instrument does not operate on itself in the same way it operates on others. The Buddha's contemporaries used similar examples to draw out a principle a controller, if it exists, is different from what it controls. If there really were a self, that is the source of command, standing behind body and mind, then that self would not be something we could experience as an object. It would not show up as a thought, a mood, a sensation, or an image, because all of those are things we can try, with varying success, to manage or modify. Yet, when we look inside, what do we actually find? We find thoughts like, "I should calm down." We find feelings of determination, frustration, hope. We find the sensation of tightening muscles when we resolve to act. We find habits of attention that tilt us in one direction or another. At no point do we encounter a separate, unobservable controller standing apart from all this. Everything that appears in experience appears as part of the field to be influenced, not as an independent agent outside the field. From this, the Buddhist tradition draws a striking conclusion. The sense of I, the commander, is itself another event in the stream, another mental formation among others. It can be strong or weak, clear or confused. It can be absent in moments of flow, when action happens without commentary. It can be divided, as when part of us wants to change and another part resists. The supposed controller is, in fact, one of the things being shaped by causes. This does not mean there is no difference between voluntary and involuntary action, or that our choices are illusions. Instead, it invites us to reconceive what agency is. Rather than a single, hidden self directing everything from outside, agency becomes the coordinated activity of many conditions inside the stream of experience. Intentions arise based on past habits, present perceptions, values we have internalized, and the immediate possibilities we can see. Once formed, those intentions influence body and mind in turn. A useful image here is not that of a captain barking orders from the bridge, but of an orchestra without a permanent conductor. At any moment, one section may take the lead, a perception that something is dangerous, a remembered teaching, a bodily impulse, a moral concern. The music of action emerges from their interaction. When wisdom and compassion have been cultivated, they play a stronger, clearer theme. When confusion and fear have been reinforced, they dominate the composition. But there is no single, unchanging musician who is the true self of the performance. There is only the performance itself. For many, this reimagining of agency provokes anxiety. If there is no ultimate controller, am I just a puppet of causes? If my anger is conditioned, if my greed or generosity arise from factors I did not choose, how can I be responsible? The Buddha's response is to shift our focus from blame to conditions. Instead of asking who, deep down, is at fault, the teaching asks, what conditions give rise to this action, and how might they be changed? On this view, responsibility is real, but it is not grounded in an independent self that could somehow have stood outside all conditioning. It is grounded in the fact that present choices become future conditions. When we repeatedly act from anger, we strengthen the habit of anger, making it more likely to arise again. When we act from patience or generosity, those patterns grow stronger. Over time, a character takes shape, not as a fixed essence, but as a learned tendency. This has practical implications. If we see ourselves as a separate controller who simply fails to try hard enough, we may respond to our own shortcomings with harshness and shame. If we instead see that our reactions arise from layers of conditioning, we can take a different approach. We can ask what feeds these patterns. We can adjust our environment, our routines, the company we keep. We can practice new responses, knowing that at first they may feel awkward or forced, but that repetition carves channels in the mind. Meditation in this context becomes a laboratory for agency. When we sit quietly and watch the mind, we see impulses arise before they are acted upon. An itch appears along with the urge to scratch. A memory surfaces along with the urge to dwell on it. A plan for the future unfolds along with the urge to elaborate. In this exposure, a small gap can open between impulse and action. Within that gap lies a different kind of freedom, not the freedom of an absolute controller, but the freedom of a system capable of learning new patterns. As this perspective deepens, our attitude toward others may also shift. Seeing that people's actions spring from conditions, many of which they did not choose, we may find it harder to sustain pure blame or contempt. This does not mean we excuse harm or abandon accountability. It means we frame accountability in terms of changing conditions rather than condemning an imagined inner essence. We can still protect, restrain, and guide, but we do so with an understanding of how fragile and contingent each person's inner world really is. The argument from control then works alongside the argument from impermanence. Impermanence undermines the idea of a self that remains the same through all change. Lack of full control undermines the idea of a self that stands above the flow, commanding it at will. What remains is a more modest, but perhaps more accurate picture. A dynamic process in which body, feeling, perception, formation, and consciousness interact according to causes and conditions. Within that process, genuine agency appears as the capacity of present conditions to reshape future ones. This vision may feel at first like a loss. There is no permanent captain, no invulnerable witness. But it can also be a relief. We are not required to defend some solid inner identity at every moment. We are not doomed by a fixed nature. We are participants in a living, changing system. We can nudge it toward clarity or confusion, kindness or cruelty, moment by moment. From this standpoint, the question, who is in control, begins to lose its grip. A different question comes forward, given how things are unfolding right now, what can be cultivated. Attention, honesty, patience, compassion, these two are conditioned states. They can be strengthened. The Buddha's teaching on non-self does not take away our capacity to act. It shows us instead how that capacity really works, and how it might be directed toward the end of suffering. In the chapters that follow, this will open into a broader vision of karma, rebirth, and moral responsibility without a permanent self at the center. Part 7. Rejection of the Mind-Body Dualism. In early philosophy, a familiar picture of the human being took root. On one side, a material body heavy, extended, subject to decay. On the other, an immaterial mind or soul light, invisible, perhaps eternal. Two substances, two kinds of reality, somehow joined together in a single life. This picture has many variations, from ancient India to Descartes and beyond. But they share a central thought, that behind our changing experiences there must be a stable mental subject, a self that owns them, and that this self is of a very different kind from flesh and bone. The Buddha moved in a different direction. He did not begin with abstract categories like matter and spirit. He started instead from the immediate, shifting field of experience. Sensations arise, feelings brighten and fade, perceptions, intentions, and moments of awareness appear, do their brief work, and pass. Rather than placing a solid mind behind these events, he took them as they showed themselves, as a flowing pattern with no unchanging core. In earlier parts of this series, we looked at the 5 aggregates, the elements that, together, make up what we call a person. The body and its senses, feelings of pleasure and pain, perceptions and labels, volitional tendencies and habits, and flickering moments of consciousness. These are not two substances, mind and body, locked together. They are a many-layered process, an ongoing interplay of physical and mental events. The Buddha did not deny that there is a difference between a stone and a thought, or between a heartbeat and a memory. But he refused to turn that difference into a metaphysical gap. There is no permanent mental thing hiding behind the stream of experience, just as there is no permanent physical thing hiding behind the changing body. There are only patterns, conditioned by countless causes and conditions, unfolding together. In more familiar dualisms, the mind is imagined as the captain of the ship, the body is the vessel, the soul is the pilot. The Buddha questioned the very image of a pilot. When we look closely, he suggested, What we call mind is itself a composite. It is not a single, enduring subject. It is a bundle of momentary events, a mood here, an impulse there, a flash of attention, a chain of associations. Think for a moment of anger. In a dualist frame, we might say I, the self, possess anger. I have it, or I am gripped by it. But in the Buddha's analysis, anger is not something a separate mind owns. It is a brief constellation of bodily tension, hot feeling, narrowed perception, harsh thoughts, and urges to speak or act. These do not need a separate entity behind them to exist. They arise together, condition one another, and dissolve. The same is true for joy, for shame, for love, for fear. Each can be broken down into overlapping strands of body and mind. Breathing changes. Muscles tighten or soften. Perceptions contract or widen. Memories and images come to the surface. A sense of possibility opens or closes. To call this entire pattern, my mind is a convenient shorthand. But the Buddha warns us not to mistake the shorthand for a hidden substance. This rejection of mind, body dualism, has a quiet but radical consequence. It removes the need for a separate mental self to explain continuity. We often assume there must be an unchanging soul because I seem to persist over time. The Buddha replies, continuity can be explained by causal flow. Present states shape future ones. Habits deepen. Memories inform new choices. The stream retains a recognizable character, not because there is a permanent owner, but because each moment passes on its influence to the next. The same move applies to agency. If there is no metaphysical self steering the body, who acts? Who decides? For the Buddha, action emerges from the configuration of the aggregates at a given moment. A particular blend of perception, feeling, and intention inclines the body and speech in one direction rather than another. The sense of I act is one, more mental construction layered over this process. Useful in daily life, but not ultimately required. Notice that none of this reduces us to nothing but matter either. The Buddha is not a crude materialist. Thoughts, feelings, and intentions are real as experiences. They have their own patterns and laws. What he resists is the temptation to place them on a separate ontological pedestal, to declare them the activity of an invisible, independent substance. If we let go of strong mind, body dualism, a certain anxiety softens. The fear that a soul must be either saved or lost begins to fade. So does the fear that a fragile ghost is trapped inside a lump of meat. Instead, what remains is a more integrated picture. Body and mind are two aspects of one delicate, conditioned process. Change in one reverberates through the other. Tension in the jaw feeds harsh thoughts. Gentle breathing supports clearer seeing. This integrated view also reshapes compassion. If there is no isolated soul hidden inside others, then their suffering is not locked away either. It is right there, in posture, tone of voice, hesitation, restlessness. We meet them not as metaphysical substances, but as living streams of experience, not so different from our own. At the same time, the Buddha's analysis undercuts a subtle pride in being a pure mind trapped in a crude body. The fantasy that who I really am is an inner spectator, untouched by the mess of embodiment, loses its footing. To live is to be embodied awareness, vulnerable and exposed, shaped by hunger, sleep, hormones, environment, culture. There is no clean, separate mental realm that floats above all this. Yet the rejection of mind-body dualism is not a rejection of depth. On the contrary, it invites a more intimate study of our own lives. Instead of asking, "What is the substance of mind?" the Buddha asks, "What is arising right now? What conditions gave rise to it? What happens if attention meets it clearly, without clinging or resistance?" These questions turn philosophy into practice. As we continue, keep this image in the background, not two things, mind and body, awkwardly joined. Not one thing, a metaphysical self, hidden behind appearances, but a woven fabric of events, bodily and mental, appearing together. Within that fabric, the sense of I will be examined more closely, and we will ask what happens to suffering when the imagined border between mind and body quietly dissolves. Part 8. The Middle Path Eternalism vs Annihilationism. Beyond simple questions of what we are lies a more anxious pair of questions: do we last? And if not, does anything we do really matter? In the Buddha's time, as in ours, these questions found their way into two powerful stories about the self. The first story says, at your core, you are something eternal. Call it soul, self, or true essence. Bodies come and go. Thoughts and moods fluctuate. But there is an inner owner that persists, untouched by time. This is the pull of eternalism. The second story moves in the opposite direction. It says you are nothing more than a brief arrangement of physical and mental states. When the body dies, that is the end. The lights go out. Whatever you loved, feared, or hoped for is erased. This is the lure of annihilationism. Superficially, these views are opposed. One promises endless continuation. The other promises total erasure. But the Buddha noticed that they share a hidden assumption. Both imagine there is a definite I whose fate is at stake. The eternalist says this I goes on forever. The annihilationist says this I is wiped out completely. They argue about duration, but agree about the thing that is supposed to endure or be destroyed. The Buddha questioned the starting point itself. He had already examined the person into its parts: body, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, consciousness. He saw that each of these is impermanent. Each depends on conditions. Each is subject to arising and ceasing. He found no fixed essence among them, no core that remains identical through all change. From this vantage point, the usual debate about what happens to the self after death begins to look strange. It is like arguing whether the flame of a lamp goes to heaven or to nothingness when the oil runs out. We can speak of continuity. The warmth it gave lingers. The light it cast affected what others did. But the hunger to know if the same flame still exists or is utterly gone misses something important about how processes, not substances, make up our world. The Buddha's middle path is not a compromise halfway between these two extremes, as if it were a mixture of a bit eternal and a bit annihilated. It is a refusal of the frame that makes the extremes seem exhaustive. It insists there is no permanent self to be eternal, and no permanent self to be annihilated. There is continuity without an underlying thing that must either persist or vanish. To understand this, it helps to shift from thinking in terms of objects to thinking in terms of causal streams. Consider your own life. The child you once were is gone in many ways. The body is different. The memories have changed. Beliefs and habits have been reshaped. And yet there is a line of influence connecting that child to the one listening now. Choices made years ago limit or widen the options that appear today. We usually summarize that long pattern under a single name, me. The Buddha invites us to see it instead as an ongoing, conditioned process. Each moment is the result of what came before, and in turn conditions what will come after. There is no separate entity, over and above the pattern, that stands to gain immortality or suffer annihilation. This has ethical weight. Eternalism often grounds its seriousness in reward and punishment for a soul. Annihilationism often grounds its apparent freedom in the thought that, in the end, nothing ultimately matters. The Buddha's view carves a different path. Actions matter because they shape the stream of experience, both now and in the future, whether or not there is a metaphysical self to own them. When he spoke of karma and rebirth, he did not picture a solid soul jumping from one body to another like a traveller changing clothes. Instead, he saw the continuation of tendencies, dispositions, and consequences. A harsh act plants seeds of suffering. A kind act plants seeds of ease. These seeds ripen in new conditions, in new configurations of body and mind, whether within the span of a single life or beyond it. If we insist on asking, is it still really me in the future, we are still clinging to the assumption the Buddha wants us to investigate. From his perspective, the more fruitful question is, how are present intentions shaping what will arise? The focus shifts from metaphysical identity to causal responsibility. This shift also alters how we relate to death. Eternalism can cushion fear by promising unending existence. Annihilationism can soothe or terrify by promising total erasure. Both keep the spotlight on the imagined self and its destiny. The middle path turns attention back toward the texture of experience now, and to the forces of clinging and ignorance that create suffering long before death arrives. The Buddha saw that obsession with whether I will continue or disappear is itself a symptom of clinging. We grasp at being, wanting to secure our existence to make it fixed and guaranteed. Or we grasp at non-being, wanting to escape, to dissolve entirely, to be free of all demand. Both forms of grasping tighten the knot of dukkha. They bind us to fear and hope about the future, while the conditions of suffering are being laid down in this very moment. The middle path does not offer a comforting answer to the question, will I exist forever? Instead, it slowly loosens the kind of self that feels the need to ask it in that way. As the illusion of a solid core softens, the drama of eternal survival or total extinction loses some of its grip. What remains is a quieter concern how to understand this life, here and now, so that suffering can decrease and clarity and compassion can grow. There is, to be sure, continuity after death in the Buddha's teaching, but it is the continuity of cause and effect, not of a metaphysical passenger. To see this clearly requires a subtle change in imagination. We are asked to picture not a line of identical selves moving through time, but a braided stream of conditions, branching and joining, influenced by what has come before, yet always fresh in each arising. From this angle, the question, what happens to me, is replaced by what happens because of me. And even that me is a convenient label for the complex web of conditions that, in this life, we can observe most directly. The sense of personal identity still plays a role in everyday life. It grounds responsibility, love, and commitment. But at a deeper level, we can see it as a useful construction, not an ultimate fact. The middle path between eternalism and annihilationism is, in this sense, a middle path between two forms of self-concern. It points beyond the fantasy of being an indestructible essence and beyond the despair of being a meaningless accident. It redirects attention to interdependence, how we are woven into others, and they into us, how suffering spreads through that web, and how wisdom and kindness can also spread. As you listen, you might notice how these two extremes still whisper in the background of your own thinking. The wish to hold on forever, the wish to disappear completely. The Buddha is not asking you to adopt a third belief instead. He is inviting you to watch the arising of these wishes themselves, to see how they feel in the body and the mind, to notice the tightening and anxiety they bring, and perhaps, gently, to taste for yourself what it is like when they are set down, even for a moment. In that letting go, the question of what will become of me reveals its true role. It is not a puzzle to be solved, but a mirror in which clinging can be seen. The middle path is walked not by holding a new doctrine, but by seeing more clearly in experience how the urge for permanence and the urge for erasure both keep us exiled from the simple, changing life already unfolding here. Part 9. Reductionism and the Chariot analogy. If we want to loosen the grip of the self, it is helpful to see how easily the mind turns a collection into a thing. A scattered set of parts becomes, in an instant, a solid object in our imagination. A flow of experiences becomes a singular me. The Buddha and later Buddhist thinkers used a simple image to expose this habit, the chariot. The story is told in a dialogue between a king and a monk named Nagasena. The king asks for the monk's name. Nagasena replies that Nagasena is only a designation, a convenient label. There is no permanent person to be found, the king protests. He points to the monk sitting there and insists surely this is Nagasena. To make his point, Nagasena asks about the king's chariot. Is the chariot the wheels, the axle, the frame, the yoke, the reins? None of these alone is the chariot, nor is the chariot something over and above all of them, some invisible object hovering behind the parts. Rather, chariot is the word we use when certain pieces are assembled and function together in the right way. The king agrees. It would be foolish to look for a chariot apart from its parts. And yet he also sees that the word is not meaningless. When he commands, "Bring my chariot," something real happens. Horses are harnessed. Wood and metal roll across the ground. The labor works. Even though there is no chariot beyond the arrangement of elements, Nagasena then applies the same reasoning to the person. What we call a self is, like the chariot, a particular configuration of parts. Body feelings, perceptions, dispositions, consciousness, arranged and interacting in a certain way. We give that arrangement a name. We treat it as a single, enduring thing. But when we look more carefully, there is no extra entity to be found, no owner in addition to the parts. This is reductionism in a gentle, contemplative key. It does not say there are literally no people or chariots in any sense. Instead, it asks us to distinguish levels of description. At one level, it is natural to talk of persons and vehicles, journeys and responsibilities. At another, more analytical level, these dissolve into assemblies of simpler elements, each arising and passing in dependence on conditions. When we forget this distinction, the mind inflates its own inventions. The word chariot begins to feel as if it names a deep, substantial object. The word self begins to feel as if it names an inner, unchanging subject. We start to think that, just as the chariot must have some essence that makes it really a chariot, so we must have some essence that makes us really ourselves. Reductionist analysis is meant as an antidote to this inflation. By patiently breaking things down into their constituents, we see how the sense of a whole arises from the arrangement of parts. We also see how that sense of a whole can mislead us, especially when it comes to the person. Consider a familiar scene. You feel slighted by a comment. Very quickly, a story forms. She disrespected me. In that story, me appears as a solid entity that has been harmed. But if we slow the scene down, we can trace a sequence, a sound reaching the ear, a perception labeling it as criticism, a surge of unpleasant feeling, a tightening in the chest, a mental image of being seen in a bad light, an urge to defend or retaliate. At no point in this unfolding do we need to posit a separate self that has been wounded. Tension thoughts, feelings, and impulses are enough to explain the experience. Yet the mind instinctively packages them as an insult to me. It builds a chariot out of pieces and then suffers for the sake of the chariot it has just constructed. The chariot analogy helps us see that this packaging is optional. The parts can be there without the extra fiction of a solid owner. This does not mean that the fiction has no use. Just as it is convenient to speak of chariots and not constantly say the wheels, axle frame, and so on, it is convenient to speak of persons. Language law and everyday life depend on such shorthand, but the usefulness of a concept does not make it ultimately real. This is one of the Buddha's most subtle lessons. There is a threshold beyond which our own helpful fictions begin to harm us. When the idea of self is taken more seriously than the shifting reality it tries to summarize, it hardens into a target for craving and fear. We must protect it, enhance it, justify it. We suffer when it is praised or blamed, elevated or ignored. Reductionism in this context is not a cold intellectual game, it is a tool for liberation. By seeing that the self is built up from interacting processes, we begin to take our stories about I and mine a little less personally. Anger becomes not an attack on my essence, but a storm of conditions that can be watched, understood, and allowed to pass. Fear becomes not a flaw in my core, but a pattern rooted in past experiences, now replaying through sensations and thoughts. There is a common worry here. If the self is only a conceptual construction, does that make responsibility an illusion? Does morality collapse if there is no solid person to praise or blame? The chariot image again offers guidance. When a king arrives in his chariot, he is still the one who comes. The fact that chariot is a label for an assembly does not mean nobody travelled. In the same way, The fact that person is a label for aggregates does not mean there is nobody who acts or suffers. The point is subtler. Responsibility belongs to the ongoing pattern, not to a hidden substance. When we say, "I did this," we are acknowledging that this current configuration of body and mind continues a stream of tendencies and choices. That acknowledgement can shape what happens next. It can bend the stream in a new direction. But we do not need to imagine an extra-metaphysical self to make that bending real. In practice, reductionism works hand in hand with mindfulness. Analysis on its own can stay abstract. But when close attention is brought to sensations, feelings, and thoughts as they arise, the parts of the person are no longer ideas. They are directly seen. Each time we observe a reaction dissolve on its own, without an inner controller pulling levers, the hold of the solid self loosens a little more. Listening to the Chariot story, you might notice two voices in yourself. One appreciates the clarity, the other resists. It thinks surely there is more to me than a bundle of conditioned events. That resistance is part of what the Buddha asks us to study. Where in the body does it sit? What memories does it call up? What fear or hope does it carry? The aim is not to bully that voice into silence with logical argument. The aim is to understand it so well that its grip softens naturally. The chariot analogy is a mirror in which we can watch the mind constructing wholes out of parts, selves out of streams. In seeing this process clearly, again and again, we create the conditions for a different way of being, one in which life is still lived as someone, but with far less clinging to that. Someone as a fixed and separate thing. As we move forward, this vision of the person as an assembled, conditioned pattern will deepen. We will explore more carefully how different levels of truth coexist. How we can, at once, speak meaningfully of persons and also see, beneath those names, nothing but changing, interdependent events. For now, the chariot waits in the background, a reminder that many of the hardest knots in the heart are tied around something that, under analysis, was never there in the way we imagined. Part 10. The two truths, conventional and ultimate reality. In ordinary life, we move around inside a shared picture of the world without much question. There are people and houses, jobs and journeys. There is my history, my body, my future. This picture is not an illusion in the crude sense. It works. It lets us navigate. It lets us love and grieve and make plans. Yet for the Buddha, this everyday picture is only one layer of truth. He suggested that there are two ways of speaking about reality, not two separate worlds, but two standpoints from which the same flow of events can be understood. Later thinkers would call these the conventional and the ultimate truths. To see why this matters, we have to look carefully at what we are doing when we say that something exists. When we say that a city exists, or a forest, or a marriage, what are we actually pointing to? There is no single object that is the city, apart from roads, buildings, people, laws, habits, and expectations. There is no extra substance, that is, the forest, over and above the trees, the soil, the insects, the patterns of weather. But we still speak of cities and forests because the shorthand is useful. It collects a complex pattern into one word. The Buddha's followers used the image of a chariot to make this point vivid. A chariot, they said, is just a convenient name for wheels, axles, the platform, the yoke, and so on, arranged in a certain way. When you pull the arrangement apart, there is nowhere you can point and say, "Here, this is the chariot itself." The object we thought we were talking about dissolves into parts and relations. What remains are simpler elements, connected in a web of causes. In this sense, the chariot is ordinary, conventionally real. Its reality depends on our interests and our need to group things together. Given those interests, it is perfectly sensible to say that King Milinda rode in a chariot. The statement is true so long as the parts were in fact arranged in the right way. But under analysis, nothing in the arrangement turns out to be a chariot over and above the parts. The same, the Buddhist tradition suggests, is true of a person. At the everyday conventional level, you and I are real. We have names, memories, relationships, responsibilities. It would be strange, even inhuman, to talk as if persons did not exist at this level. Yet, when the Buddha looked more closely, what he found was not a solid self, but a changing stream of events. Bodily sensations, feelings, perceptions, habits, and moments of awareness. These arise and pass according to causes. They depend on food, culture, language, past actions, and countless other conditions. Ultimate reality in this framework is nothing mysterious or otherworldly. It is simply what is present when we stop adding extra layers of story and ownership. Instead of my anger, there is a tightness in the chest, a heat in the face, a narrowing of attention, a surge of hostile thought. Instead of my body, there is weight, temperature, pressure, movement, all shifting moment to moment. Ultimately speaking, there are just impersonal processes unfolding. No fixed owner stands behind them. A statement is ultimately true then when it accurately describes how these basic elements are arranged and interact. A statement is conventionally true when, given that arrangement, it would correctly describe the larger patterns we talk about if those patterns existed as we imagine them. So, there is a person here is conventionally true when there is in fact a coherent, continuous series of psychophysical events that behave in the way we normally expect of a human life. This distinction lets the Buddha walk a careful line. On the one hand, he can deny that there is, in ultimate reality, a permanent self with its own essence. There is no enduring owner of experiences that survives unchanged through time or across lives. On the other hand, he does not have to say that nothing matters or that moral responsibility is a fantasy. Persons, characters, and choices are real enough at the conventional level to be praised, blamed, helped, and guided. Here the practical motive of this teaching becomes clear. The problem is not that we use conventions. We must use them. The problem is that we forget they are conventions. We take what is only a useful fiction and treat it as an ultimate fact. We move from "it is helpful to think of this stream of events as a person" to "there is a solid self here, standing behind the stream whose survival is of absolute importance." It is this extra step that quietly feeds fear, anxiety, and the hunger for lasting security. When I cling to the conventional self as if it were ultimately real, every change feels like a threat. Aging is not simply the body's natural unfolding, but an assault on me. The loss of a job or a relationship is not just the end of one configuration of causes, but a wound to my identity. Praise becomes proof that the self is real and valuable. Blame becomes evidence that the self is flawed and at risk. In this way, what began as a harmless convenience becomes a source of dukkha, of existential unease. But the Buddha did not invite us to abandon the conventional world. To function at all, we have to speak in its language. Even enlightened beings, the tradition says, still talk about I and you, before and after, birth and death. They use these words as tools, not as descriptions of an ultimate core. The aim is not to erase the person from our vocabulary, but to hold the concept of a person more lightly. From this perspective, the two truths are not enemies. They are companions in practice. Ultimate insight reveals that what we call a person is empty of a fixed essence. Conventional discourse allows us to care for that person, to offer guidance, to take responsibility, and to act with compassion. The middle path lies in honoring both, without confusing them. Notice what happens when you begin to sense this for yourself. The next time a strong emotion arises, you might quietly shift the language in your mind. Instead of I am furious, there is fury is present. Instead of I am broken, there is pain and confusion are here. This is a small move from conventional to more ultimate language, yet it can open a little space. There is still honesty about what is happening, but less weight on an imagined core that must be defended. Over time, this shift in perspective can soften the grip of fear and craving. The conventional person continues to live a human life, to work, to love, to face loss. But in the background, a deeper understanding quietly informs each moment. This, too, is a changing pattern. This, too, is dependently arisen. The I at the center is not what it once seemed. In this way, the teaching of the two truths is not a mere metaphysical puzzle. It is a practical lens. It invites us to ask, again and again, am I taking what is only conventionally true and loading it with ultimate weight? And if I see more clearly how things are arranged at the most basic level, how might that change the way I relate to this fleeting, fragile, and still deeply meaningful human life? Part 11, The Psychology of Appropriation, I and Mine. Underneath much of our ordinary thinking lies a simple, almost invisible movement of the mind. Something appears in experience, and we reach for it, not always with the body, but with a subtle gesture of ownership. This is mine, this is me. From the Buddha's point of view, this quiet gesture of appropriation is one of the deepest sources of our trouble. To appropriate is to take something as I or mine. It can be as obvious as claiming a possession, a house, or a piece of land. But most of the time it is more intimate than that. We appropriate our bodies, our feelings, our thoughts, and even our roles. We say, my anger, my success, my trauma, my identity. Each phrase marks a psychological move. This element of experience now belongs to a self. The Buddha traced this movement back to ignorance. Not ignorance in the sense of stupidity, but a basic misunderstanding of how things are. We fail to see clearly that all conditioned things are impermanent, unsatisfactory when clung to, and without a fixed self. Because we overlook this, we treat passing states as if they were stable supports. We assume that by claiming them as ours, we can build a solid narrative, a durable life, story in which a central I moves and accumulates. Consider how this plays out in the body. The body is a moving constellation of processes: digestion, circulation, breathing, neural signaling. Cells die and are replaced. Sensations flicker in and out of awareness, yet we speak of my body as if it were one thing, consistent and enduring. We invest it with pride, shame, anxiety, and hope. When it is praised, we feel personally exalted. When it weakens or ages, we feel personally diminished. Or think of our views and opinions. A thought arises, a judgment about politics, taste, or morality. Almost instantly, we appropriate it. This is not just a passing idea, it is my position. When someone challenges it, the reaction can be surprisingly strong. It is not only a disagreement with a sentence in the air. It feels like a threat to who I am. This reaction reveals how tightly the mind has wrapped the thought in the sense of I and mine. The Buddha's analysis of suffering describes a chain contact with an object, the feeling it produces, the desire or aversion that follows, the clinging that hardens, and the becoming that shapes our future experience. Appropriation is a key link in this chain. A pleasant feeling arises. Rather than letting it pass, we claim it, my pleasure. We long to extend it. An unpleasant feeling arises. We take it personally, my failure, my humiliation. We resist it, fight it, build stories around it. In both cases, ownership magnifies the raw data of experience into a thick tangle of craving and aversion. Over time, these acts of appropriation form habits. The mind becomes skilled at weaving the sense of self around almost anything. It appropriates abilities. I am good at this, bad at that. It appropriates relationships, my partner, my child, my enemy. It appropriates future possibilities, my career, my legacy. Each thread strengthens the feeling that there is an owner standing apart from the owned, a subject separate from its objects. This process also operates across time. We take memories of childhood, adolescence, and adulthood and gather them into a unified story, my life. We imagine a single someone who was present in all those scenes, persisting unchanged beneath the flux. The Buddha would say that this too is a kind of appropriation. We are treating a sequence of fleeting states and events as the history of an enduring self, even though no such unchanging core can be found. Appropriation is not confined to the personal level. Groups do it as well. We speak of or nation, or tradition, or way of life, and then identify so deeply with these constructs that an attack on them feels like an attack on us. Wars are fought, and immense suffering is generated over objects that are, from a certain perspective, arrangements of conditions, borders on maps, words in books, symbols on flags. The force behind this is the same psychological habit, taking what is dependently arisen and saying, in effect, this is mine, and therefore must be protected at all costs. It is important to see that the Buddha did not condemn all forms of carrying or responsibility. Parents who say, my child, often act with great kindness. Organizers who say, my community, may work tirelessly for others' welfare. The problem is not the words themselves, but the hardening of identification around them. When mine means, I will look after this with wisdom and compassion, suffering may lessen. When mine means this defines who I am, and I cannot be whole without it, suffering grows. How then is this habit of appropriation to be understood and softened? Buddhist practice begins with careful observation. In meditation, one learns to watch sensations, feelings, and thoughts arise and pass. Instead of immediately wrapping them in the language of self, one simply notes them: warmth, pressure, sadness, planning. Over time, it becomes clearer that these events appear on their own, in response to conditions. They are not commanded into being by a central controller. This shift can be subtle but powerful. A moment of anger comes. Instead of the automatic thought, I am angry, the mind learns to register. Anger is present. In that tiny rephrasing, appropriation loosens. There is still full contact with what is happening, but with less sense of ownership. The anger is seen as a state in the stream, not as the essence of a self. As this way of seeing deepens, the sense of I and mine is not destroyed, but becomes more transparent. One can still say, my body, in the conventional sense, while recognizing that the body is, in truth, a changing field of processes. One can still say, my story, while recognizing that this story is a construction that helps navigate the world, not a record of an unchanging entity. Responsibility and care remain, but they rest on a lighter, less burdened sense of self. From the Buddha's perspective, this is what freedom begins to look like. Not a cold detachment from life, but a release from the compulsive need to own and defend experience. When the mind no longer appropriates so fiercely, pleasure can be enjoyed without desperate clinging. Pain can be met without the added wound of, why is this happening to me? Other beings can be related to, not as extensions of mine, but as fellow streams of experience, equally fragile, equally subject to causes and conditions. The psychology of appropriation explains why the insight into non-self is not just an abstract theory. As long as the mind habitually turns whatever arises into I and mine, the unease at the heart of existence will persist. As that habit is seen through and softened, the same world looks different. The same body, the same relationships, the same challenges are there, but the heavy story of ownership begins to thin out. What remains is a quieter participation in the flow of events, with less grasping, less resistance, and a growing intimacy with things as they are. Part 12. Karma as Intention Ethics Without Ritual. Among ancient Indian thinkers, the word karma originally evoked images of ritual. To act in the most significant sense was to perform a sacrifice, recite a formula, fulfill a prescribed ceremony. The right act was the one done according to script, in the right place, at the right time, with the right materials. Moral weight attached less to the mind of the performer and more to the external correctness of the deed. The Buddha quietly turned this picture inside out. For him, the heart of an action is not the movement of the body or the sound of the words, but the intention that drives them. Karma, he insisted, is intention. Bodily, verbal, and mental actions all count as karma, only insofar as they are shaped by volition. This shift takes the idea of action out of the ritual arena and plants it firmly in the field of ethics and psychology. Consider someone speaking harshly to an elder. From the earlier ritualistic point of view, what might matter most is whether the words violated a social rule. From the Buddha's point of view, the key question is different. What was happening in the speaker's mind? Was there anger, contempt, or cruelty? Or was there, perhaps firm but compassionate concern? The same outer behavior can have very different karmic weight, because the inner intention differs. This is why parrots and young children can mimic insults without creating the same kind of karma as an adult who knows the meaning of the words and uses them to wound. The mere configuration of sound is not what matters. What matters is whether a conscious intention, coloured in a certain way, stood behind the act. The Buddha identified three basic mental forces that give karma its deeper shape. These are sometimes called the defilements greed or craving, aversion or ill will, and ignorance or delusion. When an intention is propelled by one or more of these, it plants a seed. That seed matures at some point in the future as a pleasant, painful, or neutral experience for the agent. This connection between intention and its fruit was for the Buddha a law of nature as strict as any physical law. Greed reaches out to grasp what it imagines will satisfy. Aversion pushes away what it imagines will threaten. Ignorance fails to see impermanence, suffering, and non-self. Ignorance so misreads the situation in which greed and aversion operate. Together these three colour our volitions and set in motion streams of consequence. The pattern of our future experience is, in this sense, an unfolding expression of the qualities of our present intentions. It is important to notice how far this is from a crude system of cosmic reward and punishment. There is no external judge in this picture, no divine record keeper. Instead, the very structure of the mind and world is such that certain ways of intending lead, predictably, to certain kinds of experience. Malice tends to tighten and burn within the one who harbours it, even if no one else sees. Generosity tends to relax and expand the one who gives, even if no one praises. At the same time, the Buddha's view of karma is more demanding than some modern, softened versions. He did not say merely that actions shape character, or that habits of anger make future anger more likely. He taught a more precise linkage each. Volitional act has its own specific consequence. As long as defiled intentions continue to arise, the stream of experience will continue, taking shape in this life, and, he held, in future lives as well. Here a question naturally arises: if there is no permanent self who receives the fruit of karma, if what we call a person is only a stream of impersonal processes, how can it be fair that some later stage in the stream suffers for what an earlier stage intended? This puzzle is deep, and later chapters explore it more fully. For now, we can simply note the Buddha's middle path, answer there need not be a single, unchanging owner to make ethical continuity meaningful. It is enough that there is a causal chain connecting intention and experience. Think of lighting a line of candles with a single flame. The fire that appears in the later candles is not numerically identical to the original flame, yet it is not unrelated either. there is a continuous transmission of heat and ignition. In a similar way, the later experience is neither the reward of an eternal soul nor the random suffering of a disconnected stranger. It is the unfolding of a pattern set in motion by earlier intentions. When the Buddha says that actions done without greed, aversion, and ignorance do not produce karmic fruit, he is not suggesting that an awakened person becomes passive or inert. Rather, such a person can still act, but the quality of their volition has changed. Their actions are no longer rooted in the mistaken belief in a separate, enduring self, whose welfare must be protected at all costs. They respond to situations out of clarity, care, and wisdom, without planting new seeds of existential trouble. From this angle, ordinary moral discipline takes on a new meaning. To refrain from harming, to speak truthfully, to act generously are not only social duties. They are ways of reshaping the very machinery of future experience. Even when ignorance is still present, turning away from especially harmful actions weakens the grip of self-centeredness and begins to redirect the flow of karmic consequence. Ethical conduct can thus be seen as a first step on the path toward the cessation of suffering. The phrase, ethics without ritual, captures the spirit of this transformation. The Buddha did not deny all ceremonies or customs, but he refused to grant them intrinsic power. No amount of ritual purity can compensate for a mind steeped in hostility or delusion. No sacrifice can cancel the inner logic by which harmful intentions bear painful fruit. What transforms the stream of experience is not correctness of form, but purity and clarity of intention. This is not an abstract point. In daily life, we can begin to feel the taste of karma in small ways. Notice the aftertaste of a moment of sharp speech. Even if it seems justified, does the heart feel more open or more contracted afterward? Notice the lingering warmth after a simple act of kindness, even one no one else acknowledges. These are immediate, experiential hints of the broader law the Buddha described. To live with an awareness of karma is to take the inner life seriously. It is to recognize that what most deeply shapes our future is not what we own, how we are regarded, or which rituals we have performed, but the quality of intentions we repeatedly cultivate. Every moment of greed or ill will is not only a response to the world, it is also the planting of a seed in the soil of our own continuity. Every moment of patience, honesty, or generosity is likewise a seed with its own flavor of fruit. This perspective can be both sobering and empowering. Sobering because it underscores that we cannot escape the consequences of our intentions by hiding them, disguising them, or covering them with ceremonial gestures. Empowering because it suggests that even small shifts in how we mean our actions can reverberate far beyond the present moment. Seen in this light, the path of practice becomes a continuous refinement of intention. Meditation is one tool among others for this refinement. In stillness, we observe the subtle movements of greed, aversion, and ignorance as they arise. We learn to recognize them earlier, to refrain from acting them out, and to nourish alternative motives, kindness, clarity, equanimity. As these new patterns take root, the karmic landscape of our lives begins to change. Ultimately, the Buddha's teaching on karma invites a profound reorientation. Instead of asking, "What ritual must I perform to secure my future?" the question becomes, "What is moving my mind right now in this very intention?" Instead of leaning on external guarantees, we turn toward the intimate, moment-to-moment crafting of the heart. In that quiet work, ethics and insight meet, and the possibility opens of a life in which actions flow more and more from understanding, and less from the restless, grasping sense of I that keeps suffering alive. Part 13. The Paradox of Rebirth Without Transmigration. In trying to imagine rebirth, most of us picture a traveller, a soul or a subtle essence leaving one body, drifting through some in-between realm, and then slipping into a new form. From this picture, a simple question follows. If there is no enduring self, then who exactly is reborn? If the Buddha is right that what we call a person is only a shifting stream of processes, without a permanent owner, what could it even mean to say that I come back again and again? This is the paradox of rebirth without transmigration, rebirth without a traveller, a journey with no fixed passenger. To feel the tension, it helps to recall how strong the Buddha's denial of a permanent self really is. Earlier we saw that he resisted both an eternal soul and a nihilistic nothingness. He asked us to look closely at the body, at feelings, at perceptions, at habits and flashes of awareness. Each is changing. Each is dependent. None can serve as an unchanging centre. Yet side by side with this radical critique of self, the early texts present a very tight account of karma and rebirth. Karma, in this older sense, is not a vague field of energy, nor a cosmic scorecard managed by a deity. It is simply intentional action, a choice of body, speech, or mind that springs from a certain state of heart. Behind that teaching lies an austere idea. Every intentional act, rooted in some degree of grasping, aversion, or confusion, has a specific experiential consequence for the one who acts. Pleasure, pain, or neutral feeling, not always now, not always soon, but at some point in the unfolding stream of experience, the seed of intention bears fruit. Because our lives are saturated with these conditioned intentions, the Buddha speaks of a long chain of results. As long as action continues under the spell of ignorance, there will be further becoming. New formations, new births, new aging and death. Seen from within this framework, rebirth is not an optional extra, it is the structural implication of how we live. But the puzzle does not go away. We can put it sharply. If the person in a future life is the very same person who acted in this life, then it seems we have smuggled back an enduring self, something that passes unchanged from one life to another, bearing karmic debts like a spiritual passport. This contradicts the Buddha's core teaching. If, on the other hand, the future person is entirely different, then how can it be just or even meaningful to say that they experience the result of what I have done now? Why should a stranger suffer or flourish because of my actions? The Buddha's answer is disconcerting and subtle. He refuses both options. The person in the later life is neither the same as nor entirely different from the person in the earlier life. At first hearing, this sounds like a riddle or an evasion, but it points to a careful reframing. Instead of asking, What is the thing that travels from life to life? The teaching suggests a different question. What kinds of patterns continue? What kinds of causes flow on? Consider a river. We give it a name. We call it the Ganges or the Mississippi. We speak of it as if it were one enduring thing. Yet the water at any point is new. The banks shift. The temperature, the currents, the silt, all change from moment to moment. Across days or centuries, is it the same river or a different one? We can argue either way. But the Buddhist move is to notice that what we call the river is simply a way of talking about a continuous, law-governed process. There is real continuity. There is also real change. There is no extra metaphysical river beyond that pattern. In the same way, what moves from life to life is not a self, but a causal stream. Conditions give rise to consciousness here, and that consciousness, steeped in craving and confusion, conditions further becoming. We might picture a row of candles. One flame is used to light the next, and the next. At no point does a little fire entity jump from wick to wick. Yet each flame is not utterly unrelated to the previous one. There is dependence without identity, sequence without a fixed substance that travels. This is what rebirth without transmigration tries to mark. The early texts sometimes describe this stream in austere terms. Ignorance arises. From ignorance, certain kinds of desire. From those desires, intentions. From intentions, actions of body, speech and mind. From those actions, experiences of pleasure and pain, and from these experiences, more craving and clinging. Round and round the wheel of becoming turns. None of this requires a soul. It only requires that certain kinds of events tend to give rise to others in a reliable way. From this angle, rebirth looks less like a cosmic recycling of individuals and more like the continuation of a habit of grasping at what cannot satisfy, a habit of misunderstanding the nature of experience. So long as that habit persists, new configurations of body and mind will arise in which it can play itself out. Does this resolve the paradox entirely? Perhaps not, emotionally. Our intuitions about identity are strong. We are used to thinking in terms of owners and bearers, someone who does the deed, and the very same someone who receives the result. The Buddha's proposal is that this picture is not ultimately accurate. At the deepest level, there is no unchanging bearer. There is only the play of conditions. Yet he also recognizes that, in ordinary life, we cannot operate with this stark impersonalism all the time. We still speak of persons who are responsible, who learn, who practice. We still say I and you. On that conventional level, the language of rebirth can be framed as a story of someone continuing. The crucial point is that this someone is a useful way of grouping events, not a metaphysical substance. It is like calling a long series of waves by one name, or recognizing a melody even as each individual note fades. For many modern listeners, a further question immediately arises: is any of this actually true? Can rebirth, even in this refined, depersonalized form, be squared with what we know of the world? The early tradition answers by pointing to deep meditative insight. Through training, it is said, one can recall countless past lives and see directly how actions bear fruit across the vast field of time. For those without such experiential evidence, this claim can be hard to credit. The Buddha himself acknowledges this difficulty and does not ask blind belief. For our purposes here, something more modest is already valuable. We can ask, is rebirth without a transmigrating self at least conceptually possible? Is the idea coherent? Once we let go of the demand that the very same person must cross the boundary of death intact, a space opens. Causal continuity can, in principle, stretch beyond a single lifespan, just as it stretches beyond a single moment. What we call this life may be only one dynamic configuration of a much longer, impersonal process. Whether or not we finally accept rebirth as a fact, reflecting on it in this way does something interesting. It erodes our sense of being a self-contained unit with sharply defined edges. It invites us to feel ourselves as a brief pattern in a much larger flow. Your joys and sorrows, your talents and fears, your moral struggles, all of these may be seen as inheriting a vast and tangled history of conditions. Rather than a personal possession, they become part of a complex, unfolding field. In that field, intentional action still matters. It shapes how the stream will unfold next. But the agent is no longer a tiny, enduring core. It is the very movement of the stream itself. To imagine rebirth without transmigration, then, is to extend the same insight we have already applied within a single life. There is no fixed self hiding behind the body and mind you now inhabit. There is also no fixed self that must travel beyond them. There is only this fragile chain of causes and effects, ignorance flowering into grasping, grasping hardening into habits, habits shaping choices, choices echoing forward as pleasure and pain. To see this clearly is not to make a grand metaphysical claim. It is to soften the grip of I and mine on each link in the chain, and in that softening, the possibility of a different kind of freedom begins to appear. Part 14. Moral desert and identity across lives. At first glance, karma can look like a vast moral accounting system. Do good, and you will eventually meet with good fortune. Do harm, and at some point suffering will return to you. If not now, then later. If not in this life, then in another. This picture speaks deeply to our desire for fairness. We want the world to make sense morally. We want cruelty, even if it goes unpunished by human courts, to have some hidden consequence. We want kindness, even if unseen, to matter. The doctrine of karma and rebirth seems to promise this. But once we bring the Buddha's radical view of non-self into the frame, a troubling question surfaces. If there is no enduring person, who passes from life to life? In what sense can anyone deserve the results of actions done in a past existence? Imagine that someone suffers gravely in this life. Perhaps they are born into violence, or illness, or deprivation. A naive version of karma says they must have done something terrible in a past life. They are getting what they deserve. But if the person now and the person then are not literally the same, is this not a kind of cosmic injustice? Is it not like punishing one child for the misdeeds of another? This is more than a theoretical puzzle. It touches our sense of compassion. If we lean too hard on the language of desert, karma can become a tool for blame or for quiet indifference. They made their bed in a past life. Now they must lie in it. The Buddhist tradition wrestles with this tension. On one side lies a simple moral intuition. It seems fitting that actions have consequences, and that our choices matter beyond the moment. On the other side lies the insight that there is no permanent subject who owns those choices across time. The Buddha's way through this is again a middle path. He does not embrace a fully personalistic view, the idea that a single, unchanging self carries moral credit and blame like a private bank account from life to life. Nor does he slide into moral nihilism, the view that, since there is no real person, ideas like responsibility and desert are empty and meaningless. Instead, he distinguishes between two levels of description. At the ultimate level, where we scrutinize reality as a web of conditions, we find no stable entity that can bear moral properties. There is ignorance, craving, intention, action, and result. There are bodies, feelings, perceptions, and thoughts arising and passing, but there is no extra owner behind them. At the conventional level, given our needs and limitations, it is useful, even necessary, to speak as if there were persons. We say, I did this and you did that. We praise, blame, teach, and restrain each other. We organize societies and legal systems. Within this everyday framework, the language of moral desert has a role. It helps us track how patterns of behavior lead, in general, to happiness or suffering. It allows us to hold one another accountable. But the Buddha quietly asks us not to reify this language, not to imagine that desert points to some deep, intrinsic property of a metaphysical self. Think of how we treated identity within a single life. A small child steals from a shop. Years later, the same human being, now an adult, is held responsible. We treat the child and the adult as the same person for legal and moral purposes, even though almost everything has changed. Their body, their memories, their character, all are different. The continuity is real, but it is not the continuity of a frozen essence. It is the continuity of a causal story, a chain of influences, habits, and recollections linking early actions to later experiences. Buddhist thought extends this idea across lives. Even without a persisting soul, there can be continuity of patterns. The anger, greed, or confusion that shaped actions in one configuration of mind and body can influence what arises in a later configuration. When the tradition says that the agent of the action experiences its result, it is speaking in this conventional, story-like way. It is not claiming that a metaphysical self owns its fate across lifetimes. It is pointing to the fact that certain actions reliably tend to produce certain kinds of experiences down the line. We can also notice how the Buddha redefines the engine of this process. Karma is not ritual. It is not fate imposed from outside. It is the volitional quality of our own mental states. When desire tinged with ignorance, or hostility steeped in confusion, drives an act, that act strengthens the underlying pattern. It reinforces the habits that keep the wheel of suffering turning. When generosity, kindness, and clarity infuse an act, a different kind of pattern is strengthened. The mind becomes slightly less entangled, slightly less ruled by the three great defilements of greed, aversion, and delusion. From this perspective, desert becomes less about cosmic payback and more about the simple fact that living in certain ways has certain experiential consequences. To act from hatred is, first of all, to inhabit a hateful mind. To act from compassion is, at the very least, to inhabit a compassionate one. Across lives, the same logic extends, not because there is an immortal subject who must be rewarded or punished, but because the fabric of causes and conditions is continuous. The field of consciousness is reshaped again and again by what flows through it. This shift in emphasis matters for how we respond to suffering. If we cling to a moralistic reading of karma, we may see misfortune and think, they deserved this. If we swing to the opposite pole and deny any moral structure to reality, we might despair or retreat into careless hedonism. The Buddha invites a different stance. On the one hand, he insists that intentional action has weight. What we do, think, and value matters. The traces of our choices do not simply vanish at death. On the other hand, he undermines the image of an isolated individual carrying those traces like a private badge of honor or shame. He suggests that we see persons as nodes in a vast causal network. Each node inherits conditions from countless streams and passes conditions on to countless others. In such a picture, blaming a sufferer for their pain becomes less tempting. We can recognize that whatever unwholesome patterns may be ripening now are part of an immense impersonal web of ignorance and craving, a web into which we ourselves are also woven. Compassion, then, does not require that we deny causal responsibility. It asks us to hold responsibility lightly with an awareness of the deeper context. We still restrain harmful actions. We still encourage what is wholesome. But we do so with the understanding that there is no fixed villain or hero, only more and less tangled process. For our own practice, this has a further implication. If you think of yourself as a permanent moral subject, amassing merit or demerit across lifetimes, it is easy to turn the path into another project of self-improvement. Another story about me becoming someone purer, wiser, more spiritually successful. If instead you understand that there is no ultimate owner of virtue or vice, ethical practice takes on a different flavor. You act carefully, not to polish a self, but because actions instantly participate in shaping the shared field of suffering and release. You become interested less in what you personally deserve and more in what patterns you are strengthening or weakening right now. Over time, this can transform how you look at your life. You may still feel responsible. You may still apologize, make amends, and commit to do better. But the backdrop shifts from a drama of personal reward and punishment to a quieter concern with causes and effects. What kinds of causes am I setting in motion when I speak in this way? When I indulge this resentment or this greed? What kinds of causes when I pause, listen, and respond with care? Carried across lifetimes, the same questions apply. We do not need full knowledge of the cosmic ledger. We need only this, a deepening sense that every intention, here and now, is part of a much longer unfolding. In that sense, talk of moral desert across lives can still serve us if we remember that it is a tool, not a verdict, a way of orienting ourselves toward wholesome action, not a license to judge others. The Buddha's refusal to grant ultimate reality to persons does not erase ethics. It relocates it. Responsibility moves from a metaphysical self to the dynamic stream of causes and conditions. As you contemplate this, notice what happens to your own narratives of blame and credit. Notice how tightly you hold your sense of having earned your pleasures or of being unfairly burdened. and then gently experiment with another angle. What if your life is not the story of a solitary self getting what it deserves, but a brief, precious opportunity for the stream of consciousness to learn, to loosen, and to change direction? What if the most important question is not, what do I deserve, but what am I cultivating for whatever mind may come next? Part 15. The logic of the Tetralemma. Consider now the kinds of questions that naturally arise once we start thinking about rebirth, karma, and the end of suffering. What happens to the enlightened person after death? Do they continue somewhere? Do they vanish entirely? Is there some third possibility beyond existence and non-existence? In the early texts, when the Buddha is pressed on such matters, the conversation takes an unusual shape. Instead of a simple is or is not, we are offered four options. This is the famous Tetralemma, four corners of possible assertion. Regarding the fate of the fully awakened one, the options are laid out like this. 1. After death, the liberated person exists. 2. After death, the liberated person does not exist. 3. After death, the liberated person both exists and does not exist. 4. After death, the liberated person neither exists nor does not exist. Strikingly, the Buddha rejects all four. For a modern listener, familiar with basic logic, this sounds baffling. Isn't this just a violation of the law of excluded middle, the principle that for any given statement, either it or its negation must be true? Some have taken this as a sign that Buddhist thought plays by different logical rules. Perhaps the Buddha is appealing to a mystical perspective beyond reason, a realm where contradictions can be true and where neither this nor that marks some ineffable truth. But if we slow down, a different picture emerges. The Tetralemma is not a clever trick to break logic. It is a tool to expose the hidden assumptions inside certain questions, to see how we need to look more closely at what is being asked. Take the first two options. The liberated one exists after death. The liberated one does not exist after death. For these to make sense, they both presuppose that there is such a thing as a liberated person who could either go on existing or cease. In other words, they assume that person names something ultimately real. But the Buddha has spent a great deal of effort undermining this assumption. He has asked us to look and see that what we call a person is a convenient label for a bundle of changing processes. Body feelings, perceptions, impulses, and moments of awareness arise and pass based on conditions. Nowhere in this bundle is there a permanent core. So when someone asks, where does the liberated person go after death? They are a bit like someone asking, where does the flame go when a lamp runs out of fuel? North or south? Up or down? We sense the issue. None of the options fit, because the question itself is misframed. In one discourse, the Buddha explicitly uses this simile. When a fire goes out because its fuel is exhausted, it is not correct to say that it has gone anywhere. The categories of direction simply do not apply. We can deny that it has gone north, south, east, or west, not because the fire slipped into some mysterious fifth direction, but because the whole way of questioning rests on a mistaken picture. In the same way, to ask whether the enlightened one exists or does not exist after death assumes that there is an entity, the person, whose status could be tracked across time. Once we see that this assumption is false, the Buddha's rejection of both options becomes clearer. But what about the third and fourth corners of the Tetralemma? Both exists and does not exist looks like a straightforward contradiction. Neither exists nor does not exist looks like its mirror. Is the Buddha entertaining the idea of true contradictions here, only to reject them as well? The later tradition offers a subtler reading. One strategy is to see these complex options as implicitly parameterized, that is, as mixing different respects or points of view. We sometimes speak this way in ordinary life. Consider a wave on the ocean. Does it exist? In one sense, yes, you can surf it. You can see its shape. You can measure its speed. In another sense, no, there is no separate thing over and above the moving water. Remove the water, and there is no wave left behind. From this angle, one might say, the wave both exists and does not exist, meaning it exists conventionally as a useful way of grouping phenomena and does not exist ultimately as an independent substance. Early Buddhist thinkers sometimes interpret claims of the both variety in this spirit, not as literal contradictions, but as gestures toward a two-level way of talking. The fourth corner, neither exists nor does not exist, is trickier. Some strands of thought, especially later on, take it to mean that the subject in question is utterly beyond conceptualization, that any attempt to say it is, or is not, misses the mark. If we read it this way, the fourth option becomes attractive to those who want a kind of mystical remainder. Perhaps the liberated one, or reality itself, is simply ineffable, beyond our categories, neither existing nor not existing. But here the Buddha again refuses easy refuge. He even rejects this seemingly profound neither nor around the fate of the Arhat. Why? Because in this context the ineffability response still smuggles in the very assumption he is trying to undermine. It still treats the person as a something whose true nature we might pronounce unsayable. From the Buddha's perspective, we need to go one step earlier and examine whether the person, as imagined in the question, exists at all in the way assumed. Once we see that it does not, talk of ineffability becomes a distraction. All four corners of the Tetralemma, in this case, share a false starting point. They treat the liberated person as if it were an ultimately real entity with a status to be tracked after death. The Buddha's refusal to endorse any of them is not a refusal of logic, but a refusal of misframed questions. To grasp this more deeply, it helps to think about a different kind of negation. Imagine someone says, the number 7 is green. We do not need a degree in mathematics or art to feel that something has gone wrong. Green is a property that applies to physical surfaces that reflect light in certain ways. Numbers are abstract, so the sentence is not just false, it is confused. In response, we might say, don't say that 7 is green, and don't say that it's not green either. We are not flirting with contradiction here. We are pointing out that the whole question of colour simply does not apply in this domain. Some Buddhist philosophers think the Buddha's neither, this nor that has a similar flavour. It is less about a mysterious reality beyond yes and no, and more about a gentle but firm, do not frame things this way. The categories you are using do not fit the case. Once we understand this, the Tetralemma stops looking like a piece of exotic logic and starts to look like a diagnostic tool. It shows us how tightly we cling to certain conceptual oppositions: exists, does not exist, same, different, eternal, annihilated. Each time the Buddha walks his questioner through all four corners and rejects them, he is inviting a shift. Away from trying to pin reality down in terms that smuggle a self back in, and towards seeing the underlying processes of cause and effect. This does not mean he is hostile to reasoning. On the contrary, his approach here is rigorously rational. He analyzes the structure of the question, reveals its hidden presuppositions, and uses clear analogies, like the extinguished fire, to show what has gone wrong. Where he draws the line is with speculation that does not connect back to the end of suffering. Endless debates about the precise status of the world, the soul or the afterlife, when pursued as intellectual games, are compared to a man wounded by an arrow who refuses treatment until every irrelevant curiosity is satisfied. Viewed this way, the Tetralemma stands at an interesting crossroads between logic and practice. On one side, it sharpens our philosophical skills. It trains us to spot false dilemmas, to question the assumptions built into familiar either-ors. When we find ourselves thinking, either I must be a permanent self, or I am nothing, the memory of neither the same nor different can interrupt the slide into extremes. On the other side, it carries a practical invitation. Much of our suffering comes from the stories we tell ourselves about who we are, about what will become of us, about the ultimate fate of all that we cherish. We want guarantees. We want to know in advance that our existence is secured, or that it will end once and for all. By refusing to answer certain metaphysical questions within the old conceptual frame, the Buddha is not being evasive. He is pointing us back to the present texture of craving, fear, and identification, instead of asking, will I exist after awakening? He suggests we ask, what is this I am so worried about? How is it constructed? How does grasping to it feel right now? The Tetralemma, then, is less a map of some ultimate reality than a mirror held up to our habits of thought. It helps us see where our categories break down, where our need for solid ground leads us into confusion. As you reflect on it, you might notice similar patterns in your own inner dialogue. Am I good or bad? Am I progressing or failing? Does my life matter or not matter? Again and again we frame our existence in rigid oppositions. And again, the deeper truth seems to slip away between the poles. The Buddhist use of the Tetralemma suggests a gentle experiment. The next time you find yourself trapped in such an either or pause, ask whether the question itself may rest on a mistaken picture of who you are. Look instead at the processes actually unfolding: sensations, moods, intentions, and thoughts rising and falling like weather. When we stop trying to force these fluid patterns into solid categories, something loosens. The mind becomes a little less obsessed with pinning down its own status. In that space, practice can deepen. We are less concerned with proving a theory about existence or non-existence, and more concerned with directly seeing how clinging operates and how, moment by moment, it might finally be set down. Part 16. The Ineffable State of the Arhat. At times, philosophy runs up against its own limits. It asks a question, turns it over carefully, and then discovers that the question itself may be built on a mistake. The Buddha's conversations about the Arhat, the fully enlightened person, are a clear example of this. People naturally wanted to know, what happens to such a person after death? Do they continue to exist? Do they cease to exist? Both, neither. In one famous dialogue, these four possibilities are laid out explicitly like a small philosophical grid. 1. The Arhat exists after death. 2. The Arhat does not exist after death. 3. The Arhat both exists and does not exist after death. 4. The Arhat neither exists nor does not exist after death. This fourfold spread is sometimes called the Tetralemma. It looks exhaustive. It seems, at first glance, that one of these options must be true. Yet the Buddha refuses them all. He does not pick one horn of the dilemma. He does not combine two. He does not even escape into a mysterious, higher option outside the four. He simply declines the entire structure. To many readers, this sounds almost mystical. Is the Buddha hinting at some state that lies beyond logic, beyond being and non-being, a kind of pure ineffability that no concept can touch? Some Buddhist thinkers did move in this direction. They suggested that the Arhat, or the person more generally, is neither, identical with nor different from the mental and physical processes that make them up, and that nothing at all can be said about this relation. But this path leads quickly into paradox. If you say, the nature of the person is inexpressible, you seem to have expressed something about it. If you say it is not inexpressible, you deny what you first claimed. You find yourself in a tangle. You can neither say that it is inexpressible nor that it is not. Most Buddhist philosophers rejected this move. For them, the point of statements like neither the same nor different was not to conjure a mystical, unsayable essence hiding behind experience. It was to diagnose an error in how the question is framed. We can get a feel for this with a simpler example. Imagine someone says, 7 is green. You do not need a complicated theory of numbers or colours to see that something has gone wrong. Numbers do not have colours at all. The sentence breaks down at a basic level. If you understand this, you might say, do not say that 7 is green, and do not say that it is not green either. You are not flirting with contradiction. You are not claiming that the opposite of a statement is also forbidden in some mysterious way. You are pointing out that both assertions rest on a shared mistake, the assumption that numbers can bear colours. In a similar spirit, Buddhist thinkers came to see the Buddha's silence about the Arhat's post, mortem fate, as a move of this kind. When he refuses to say that the Arhat exists after death, and likewise refuses to say that they do not exist, he is not hinting at a strange, hidden reality beyond reason. He is telling us you are asking the wrong kind of question. The question presupposes that there is a solid, enduring person who either continues, stops, both, or neither. But the whole project of the Buddha's teaching has been to loosen that very presupposition. Throughout his life, he encouraged a different picture. What we call a person is an ever-changing stream of mental and physical events. Feelings, perceptions, bodily sensations, intentions, flashes of awareness, all of these arise and pass away according to causes and conditions. They connect in patterns like the frames of a film, giving the appearance of a single, ongoing subject. But under analysis, there is no permanent owner standing behind them. Once this is seen clearly, the four questions about the Arhat's fate begin to look like the question about the colour of seven. They presuppose something that is not actually there. The later tradition sometimes explained the more complicated options in the Tetralemma, the third and fourth, in a nuanced way. The third both exists and does not exist was often read as parameterized. In some limited respect, one might say that something associated with the Arhat continues. This could be the causal effects of their actions, perhaps, or the conventional way we remember them. In another respect, one might say they do not continue, there is no longer any cluster of processes bound together by ignorance and craving, no ongoing story of I and mine. Understood this way, the Buddha can allow that there are different angles from which we can speak, without endorsing the idea that a strict contradiction could be true. The fourth option, neither exists nor does not exist, was treated differently. Here the tradition heard a stronger claim, that the Arhat's post-mortem reality is beyond all conceptualization altogether, wholly outside the reach of thought and language. This might sound appealing. It seems respectful of the depth of awakening. It protects Nirvana from being flattened into a simple category of existence or non-existence. Yet the Buddha is reported to have rejected this fourth option as well. In doing so, he closes off one very natural response, that the enlightened state is simply ineffable in a metaphysical sense, beyond rational understanding as such. Why this resistance? Because once again, the problem is not that rationality has reached its limit. The problem is that the question being asked is running on a false track. To make this clearer, the Buddha turns to a quiet, vivid image of fire that has gone out. Imagine a small fire burning in front of you. It lives as long as there is fuel, wood, oil, oxygen. The flame is not a separate thing, independent of these conditions. It exists only as their dynamic pattern. Now, imagine that the fuel is completely exhausted. The fire goes out. Someone turns to you and asks with great seriousness, where did the fire go? Did it go north? Did it go south? Did it go somewhere else? You can deny each of these possibilities without falling into contradiction. The fire did not go north. It did not go south. It did not go anywhere at all. The very form of the question is mistaken because it treats the fire as a kind of object that must have moved from one location to another after it ceased burning. In the same way, the Buddha suggests questions about the Arhat's post-mortem status all share a mistaken presupposition that there is a thing, a person, an inner self, whose ongoing fate must be decided. Once we let go of that idea, the grip of the question softens. It is not that the answer is too deep for us. It is that, properly speaking, there is no such question to be answered. From this angle, the Arhat is not ineffable in the sense that they disappear into some mystical, unspeakable substance. What is ineffable, if we choose to use that word at all, is the transformation of experience when the illusion of a solid self has been undone. You can talk about this transformation. You can describe its causes and conditions, the practices that lead toward it, the ways it reshapes perception, emotion, and action. You can say, as the Buddha did, that greed, hatred, and delusion no longer find a footing there. But you cannot capture it by placing a metaphysical label on what happens to the Arhat after death, any more than you can capture the going out of a fire by assigning it a new destination. In this light, the Buddha's refusal to answer is not a retreat into anti-rational mystery. It is a disciplined use of reason to protect us from fruitless speculation. It reminds us that some of our deepest confusions arise not from the answers we give, but from the unnoticed assumptions built into our questions. And so the figure of the Arhat stands at an interesting crossroads. On the one hand, their state is not a new metaphysical entity, a purified soul or a subtle substance climbing beyond being and non-being. On the other hand, it is not simply the annihilation of a real self, because that self was never there in the way we imagined. What ends is a pattern, the continual creation of I and mine around passing experiences. What remains is harder to name, because naming tends to rebuild the very structures that have been let go. Perhaps this is why the tradition often turns, at this point, to images rather than definitions: the fire going out, the trackless bird in the sky, the lotus rising unstained from the mud. These are not riddles meant to frustrate us. They are gentle attempts to point beyond the frame of questions like, does the Arhat exist after death or not? As you listen, you can experiment with this in your own way. Notice how often your mind quietly asks, what will happen to me? Will I succeed, fail, continue, disappear? Notice the tension built into these questions, and the way they lean on an unquestioned me at their center. The Buddha's treatment of the Arhat invites a subtle shift. Instead of trying to secure an ultimate fate for the self, we look more closely at how the sense of self is constructed right now. Instead of asking what becomes of the one who awakens, we ask what happens to suffering when the causes that sustain it, ignorance, craving, clinging, finally run out of fuel. In that quiet space, talk of existence and non-existence begins to lose its grip. Another kind of understanding becomes possible, not a grand metaphysical picture, but a direct, lived freedom from the question itself. Part 17. Pragmatism and the Parable of the Arrow. In stories passed down through the Buddhist tradition, one scene appears again and again. A person comes to the Buddha full of questions. What is the size of the universe? Did the world have a beginning in time? Is the living principle identical with the body, or something separate from it? What exactly happens to the enlightened one after death? These are not foolish questions. They are the kinds of questions that naturally arise for reflective human beings. They shape our sense of meaning, of place, of purpose. Yet the Buddha often responds by declining to answer. He calls such views thickets or tangles, not because they are logically impossible, but because wandering through them does not lead to the end of suffering. To make this point vivid, he offers a simple comparison, a parable about an arrow. Imagine a man struck by a poisoned arrow. The wound is deep. The poison is already spreading. A physician stands ready to remove the arrow and treat the injury. But the man refuses. Before you take this arrow out, he says, I need answers. I want to know who shot me. Was he tall or short? Reach your paw from this village or another. I want to know what kind of wood the arrow is made from, what bird the feathers came from, what mixture the poison contains. Until I know all of this, I will not let you treat me. While he waits for his questions to be satisfied, the man dies. The Buddha offers this image not to mock curiosity, but to rearrange its priorities. There is, he suggests, something like a poisoned arrow already lodged in our lives. It is the deep unease we explored at the beginning, the pervasive unsatisfactoriness of clinging to what changes, the confusion about who or what we really are, the habits of craving and aversion that pull us into conflict with ourselves and others. Faced with this situation, some questions become urgent. Others do not. Whether the cosmos is finite or infinite, with a beginning or without one, does not change the basic task of understanding and transforming our own minds. Whether the soul is identical with the body or something separate does not, by itself, show us how to remove greed, hatred, and delusion from our hearts. So the Buddha sets these questions aside, calling them undeclared. He does not build his path on them. He does not promise to answer them. He turns instead to practices and understandings that are directly connected to the cessation of suffering. Because of this, some have described him as a kind of pragmatist, someone who measures the value of a belief not by its elegance or grandeur, but by its practical effects on life. From this angle, the Buddha's use of reason is always in the service of a concrete transformation. It is not philosophy for its own sake, but philosophy as a skillful tool. However, it would be a mistake to conclude that he rejects rational inquiry altogether, or that he thinks speculative questions are always illegitimate. In some cases, he does address them. When pressed, for example, on the fate of the Arhat after death, he does not simply shrug and walk away. He uses analogies like the fire that goes out when its fuel is exhausted to show that the very way the question is framed rests on a false assumption. In that moment, he is not turning his back on reason. He is using it carefully to reveal where our thinking has gone astray. The deeper issue, then, is not whether a question is philosophical or not. It is whether the question, and the way it is asked, actually helps us see more clearly into the causes of suffering and their cessation. A different concern about the role of reason in Buddhism comes from another direction: the importance of authority. The tradition sometimes says that only a fully enlightened being, a Buddha, can know all the intricate details of karmic causation. These details, in turn, are said to ground the moral order of the world, why certain actions have certain consequences, how character is shaped over lifetimes, what kinds of choices lead toward or away from liberation. If this is so, then our knowledge of ethics might seem to depend on trust in the Buddha's word. We cannot, on our own, survey the whole web of karma. We cannot check every thread. Later, as Buddhism developed, it also faced the question of how strictly philosophical work should be constrained by the original teachings. Many thinkers felt obliged to make their theories fit key statements attributed to the Buddha, even when those statements raised new puzzles. For instance, some developed complex theories about time, treating past, present, and future as equally real, in part to accommodate claims about the Buddha's ability to directly perceive past and future events. From one perspective, this emphasis on authority might look like a limit on free rational inquiry. It could seem that once the founder has spoken, the role of reason is only to tidy up, to defend, not to question. But the picture is more nuanced. Within the tradition itself, there was lively debate about the Buddha's status. Was he omniscient in the strong sense, knowing all truths at once? Or did he simply have the capacity to know, when relevant, any fact connected with liberation, such as the workings of karma or the inner state of another practitioner? Most schools settled on the more modest view. The Buddha is an expert in a specific domain, and his expertise was acquired through a particular course of training. On this reading, others could in principle replicate his insight, even if in practice it is extraordinarily rare. Authority here functions more like that of a seasoned guide. When you arrive in an unfamiliar city, you could, if you wished, find your destination through trial and error. You might wander every street, map the whole area, and eventually discover the right path. But it is usually more reasonable to ask someone who already knows the way. In the same spirit, the tradition often suggests that while an individual could, in theory, reconstruct the entire path to awakening through their own reasoning and experimentation, it is far more efficient and far kinder to oneself and others to listen to someone who has already walked it. This does not mean turning off one's own intelligence. The Buddha famously urges his listeners to test his teachings, to examine them against their own experience, rather than accepting them merely out of reverence. As Buddhism spread and encountered other philosophical schools, this openness to debate became even more evident. Buddhist thinkers engaged with Brahmanical philosophers who did not accept the Buddha's authority at all. In that context, they could not simply say, "This is true because the Buddha said so." They had to offer reasons, arguments, and evidence that could stand on their own. Over centuries, this gave rise to a sophisticated philosophical tradition, exploring questions in metaphysics, epistemology, and language with great care. The guiding concern remained soteriological, concerned with liberation, but the tools were recognizably rational. Seen in this light, the parable of the arrow is not a rejection of philosophy. It is a call to a particular kind of philosophy, one that remembers why it is asking what it asks. We can bring this closer to home. In our own lives, we are surrounded by questions. The modern world offers more information than any earlier age, and with it, an endless stream of puzzles. About the universe, society, technology, identity, the future of the planet. Some of these questions are urgent, in the way the arrow is urgent. They concern immediate harm, direct suffering, pressing ethical choices. Others are more remote. We may not always be clear which is which. The Buddha's stance invites a quiet self-examination. Which questions am I using to delay my own healing? Which lines of thought are, in practice, a way of postponing the work, of looking directly at my fear, my attachment, my confusion? This does not mean we must stop wondering about big-picture issues. It does suggest that we hold them lightly and that we occasionally turn the lens back toward the one who is wondering. At the same time, the Buddhist tradition reassures us that rational reflection has its place. Thought can uncover hidden assumptions, expose contradictions in how we understand ourselves, and refine our sense of what is genuinely helpful. When the Buddha dismantles the question about the Arhat's post mortem fate, he is doing exactly this. So we are left with a kind of double invitation. On one side, the Buddha gently asks us not to lose ourselves in thickets of speculation that do nothing to ease our own dukkha. On the other, he encourages a clear-eyed use of reason in constant conversation with experience to see more deeply into the patterns that sustain that dukkha. The parable of the arrow is thus not only a story about a foolish man in the past. It is a mirror for us now. It asks, where is the arrow in your life? What are you delaying while you wait to have every question answered? And it suggests a shift of emphasis. Instead of looking outward for complete explanations before we are willing to move, we might begin where we are, with the immediate work of understanding this mind, this body, this moment of clinging and release. From there, other questions may find their place, not as distractions from the wound, but as part of a larger, wiser conversation about how to live. Part 18, Meditation as Epistemic Tool. Over decades of reflection, the Buddha did something quietly revolutionary. He treated his own experience as a laboratory, not of chemicals and instruments, but of sensations, thoughts, emotions, and intentions. Again and again, he turned his attention inward, observing how each moment arose, persisted briefly, and vanished. Meditation in this light is not simply a way to relax or to escape from the world. It is a disciplined method for knowing. It is an epistemic tool, a way of gathering reliable insight about the structure of experience and the roots of suffering. To see why this matters, recall the outline of the Four Noble Truths. First, there is dukkha, the basic unsatisfactoriness woven into life, when we cling to what changes. Second, this dukkha has causes and conditions. It is not random or inevitable. Third, because it has causes, it can cease if those causes are brought to an end. Fourth, there is a path of training that does precisely this. Philosophically, much turns on the second truth, the claim that suffering arises from specific conditions, especially ignorance and craving. But this is not something we can fully understand from the outside by abstract reasoning alone. It concerns the fine, grained flow of our own minds. Ignorance here does not mean a lack of information about the world. It means a habitual misperception, failing to see impermanence, suffering and non-self in the processes that make up our lives. Craving is the tendency to reach out and cling to these processes as I and mine, even though they all pass away. These patterns are subtle. They operate quickly beneath our ordinary awareness. We do not always notice, for example, how a pleasant sensation instantly gives rise to the thought, I like this, and then I want more of it, and then this should stay. We rarely see the exact moment when a neutral experience becomes threatening because we interpret it as a challenge to who I am. If liberation depends on clearly seeing these movements, then we need a way to watch them with much greater resolution than usual. This is where meditation enters. We can think of meditative practice as the development of an inner microscope. Just as a physical microscope allows us to see structures that the naked eye misses, meditation allows us to perceive layers of mental and bodily activity that normally blur together. At first, this microscope is unsteady. Attention wanders. The mind replays memories, anticipates conversations, spins fantasies. Even noticing this restlessness is already a kind of knowledge. We begin to see, perhaps for the first time, how little control we normally have over the flow of thought. With training, attention gradually steadies. A simple anchor, the feeling of the breath, the weight of the body, the sounds of the environment, becomes a reference point. Each time the mind drifts, we gently bring it back. Over time, this repetition builds a new habit, the capacity to remain present. From this baseline of calm, insight can unfold. We start to notice, for example, that sensations are not continuous. The breath is not one thing, but a series of changing pressures, temperatures, movements. An emotion, too, is not a solid block. It flickers, tightness here, thoughts there, a story about me taking shape around them. This direct perception of change is the beginning of understanding impermanence, not as a doctrine, but as a felt reality. What once seemed solid now appears as a flow. The same process can reveal the constructed nature of the self. In ordinary life, the sense of I feels immediate and given. But in meditation, we can watch it form. A memory arises. Instantly the thought appears, that happened to me. A plan appears, I will do this tomorrow. A judgment arises, I am the sort of person who succeeds or fails, or never gets it right. If attention is sharp enough, we can separate the raw event, the memory, the plan, the emotion from the label I. We see that the label is added like a caption under a photograph. It is a habit of thinking, not an extra substance behind the thoughts. This is not a matter of convincing ourselves with arguments. It is more like watching a magic trick in slow motion. What once seemed mysterious, the appearance of a solid self, is revealed as the product of many small moves. Because of this, the Buddhist tradition often insists that meditation and philosophical reflection must work together. Reason can suggest that the self is not what it seems, perhaps through arguments from impermanence or from the lack of absolute control over body and mind. But without some capacity to observe our own experience carefully, such arguments remain distant. They do not touch the roots of our clinging. Conversely, meditation without any guiding framework can become unfocused. One might cultivate calm or altered states without understanding what they reveal or how they relate to the cessation of suffering. Different schools of Buddhism have emphasized different balances between these two poles. Some, like certain strands of Zen, have suggested that enlightenment can arise through meditation alone, often highlighting sudden, wordless insight. In this view, conceptual thinking is itself part of the problem. Dropping it allows a direct encounter with reality. Others, like classical Theravada, place more emphasis on analysis. They encourage detailed reflection on the components of the person's body, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, consciousness, and on patterns of causation, while also developing meditative concentration. In some texts, there is even the suggestion that for a few rare individuals, sharp analytical insight alone might suffice. but the broader consensus leans toward a middle path. Both careful thought and meditative observation are needed. Thought clarifies what to look for, meditation allows us to see it directly. In this cooperation, meditation functions as an epistemic tool in at least 3 ways. First, it refines our powers of observation. We become able to notice brief, subtle events the half, second of irritation before anger blooms, the twinge of craving before a habit act, the slight tightening in the chest when the idea of I is threatened. Second, it reveals the conditional nature of those events. By watching how states arise and pass, we begin to see patterns. This kind of thought tends to trigger that emotion. This posture of body encourages that mood. This belief about me tends to call up fear or pride. Suffering becomes less of a mystery and more of a process we can map. Third, it allows us to test teachings against experience. When we are told, for example, that clinging leads to suffering, this can sound abstract. In meditation, we can observe in real time how grasping at a pleasant sensation creates tension, or how resisting an unpleasant one adds a second layer of pain. In this way, doctrine becomes hypothesis and practice becomes experiment. Crucially, the knowledge gained here is not just theoretical. To see impermanence from a distance is one thing. To feel, in one's own body and mind, the sheer instability of every experience is another. When this perception deepens, clinging naturally loosens. It simply becomes harder to hold on in the old way. Similarly, to be told that there is no permanent self is one thing. To watch day after day as the sense of I is constructed and reconstructed, and to notice moments when it briefly drops away, is transformative. The belief in a solid owner behind experience begins to feel unnecessary. None of this demands blind faith. Meditation, as the tradition often reminds us, is an invitation to come and see. It is a method for each person to examine for themselves whether the Buddha's analysis of suffering rings true. At the same time, meditation also exposes the depth of our resistance. As we sit with our own minds, we may discover how strongly we want certain ideas to be true or not true. We may find ourselves clinging even to the notion of no self as a new identity, a subtle badge of insight. Here again, the practice is a form of knowing. It shows us, sometimes painfully, the extent of our investment in certain stories, even as we claim to question them. It reveals how easily the mind turns anything, even spiritual concepts, into fuel for the ongoing narrative of me. In this sense, meditation is humbling. It undercuts the fantasy that we could simply think our way out of suffering. It shows that our difficulties are not just matters of incorrect opinion, but of deep, embodied habit. And yet, precisely because of this, meditation also opens a gentle hope. If these habits are learned, they can also be unlearned. If the sense of self is constructed, it can be deconstructed. If dukkha arises from specific causes, then each moment of clear seeing is a small interruption of those causes. Over time, these interruptions can accumulate. The grip of certain patterns weakens. Reactions slow down. There is a fraction of a second more space between impulse and action. In that space, new possibilities appear. Compassion where there might have been anger, letting go where there might have been clinging. From the outside, these changes may look modest. From within, they can feel like the gradual easing of a long-held tension. In the larger framework of the path, meditation is not the only tool. Ethical conduct reshapes the conditions in which the mind operates. Wise speech and livelihood reduce the turmoil we create around us. Philosophical reflection clarifies what truly matters and what does not. But meditation remains central because it continually brings us back to the raw material of all of this, the moment-by-moment unfolding of experience. If we return to the question that has quietly guided this exploration, what happens when the illusion of a solid eye softens? Meditation is where that question becomes more than an idea. It becomes a lived inquiry. Sitting, walking, breathing, we watch the rise and fall of sensations, feelings, and thoughts. We see again and again how the mind spontaneously says, "I and mine." We experiment with loosening that grip, if only for a heartbeat. The result is not a new metaphysical theory, but a shift in how life is felt. A little less tightness around pleasure and pain, a little more openness to change, a little less fear about what will become of me. In that sense, meditation is both a way of knowing and a way of healing. It offers not just facts about impermanence, suffering, and non-self, but a direct familiarity with them that can gradually transform the very roots of our experience. In stillness, a different possibility begins to appear. So far, the story has moved through diagnosis and analysis. We have looked closely at suffering, at its roots in ignorance and appropriation, at how a person is only a shifting stream of events. Now we come to a gentler, but more radical question. If this is how things actually are, what does it mean to stop suffering at the deepest level? To answer, the Buddha did something very simple. He followed the logic of causality all the way through. If suffering arises from causes, then it is not a brute fact. It is not built into the universe as an unchangeable feature. It appears when certain conditions are present, and it fades when those conditions are absent. The third noble truth, the truth of cessation, is just this. When the causes of dukkha are fully exhausted, suffering, in that deep existential sense, no longer arises. This can sound abstract, so it helps to linger a moment with the causal chain itself. Given a living, functioning organism, there is contact with the world. Sights, sounds, smells, tastes, touches, thoughts. When this experience unfolds under the influence of ignorance of impermanence, of non-self, of the pervasive unsatisfactoriness of clinging, something almost automatic happens. The mind appropriates. It marks certain sensations and thoughts as I and mine. From that small movement, a vast machinery starts to turn. Desire for what seems to complete this, I. Aversion to what threatens it. Fear for its future. Regret for its past. These reactions leave traces. They shape habits, characters, and choices. Those choices shape further experience, and the cycle reinforces itself. So long as appropriation and ignorance are in place, the stream of psychophysical events tends to recreate the same basic patterns. A life structured around grasping and pushing away, and so around dukkha. Seen from this angle, the third noble truth is not mystical. It is simply the other half of the same principle. Remove the fuel, and the fire must go out. The Buddha often used this image. Fire does not need to be pushed away. It is enough to stop feeding it. In the same way, dukkha does not have to be conquered, negotiated with, or philosophically disproved. Its roots, ignorance, craving, appropriation, can simply stop being produced. But what exactly ceases when they do? It is tempting to imagine that disappear, that there is a something, an inner owner, that is first bound and then released, first trapped and then dissolved. Yet this way of thinking quietly reintroduces the very self that the analysis of the person has already questioned. From an ultimate point of view, there never was a fixed, independent self to destroy. There was always only a sequence of momentary events, sensations, feelings, perceptions, intentions, flashes of awareness. Within that sequence, certain patterns were present: misperception, clinging, confusion. Cessation means those patterns no longer appear. Nothing permanent is extinguished because nothing permanent was there. Conventionally, we speak differently. We say, the Buddha attained Nirvana, or the disciple is freed. These phrases belong to the everyday level of truth, where persons and lives and stories are real enough for purposes of guidance and care. At that level, it makes sense to talk about someone moving from bondage to release. Ultimately, the picture is more austere. There is just a stream of psychophysical elements in which certain distorting tendencies have vanished. The same body may be walking. The same voice may be speaking. The same memories may be accessible. But the deep sense of an owner at the center, the one to whom it all belongs, is gone. This is why the Buddha could present his teaching as a middle path between eternalism and annihilationism. The eternalist hopes that there is a core self that persists unchanged, carried safely across death and time. The annihilationist fears, or sometimes welcomes, the idea that this core might be absolutely destroyed. Both presume that there is such a core in the first place, and then argue about its fate. The Buddha stepped aside from that entire frame. When asked what happens to the liberated one after death, does he exist, not exist, both, neither? He refused to answer within those terms. The traditional four options, the Tetralemma, simply do not apply. They assume an I, whose ultimate destiny is at stake. But under analysis, this I was revealed as a useful fiction, not as an ultimate fact. The same middle path appears when we look at Nirvana itself. On some readings, it can sound like a special place, a transcendental realm somewhere beyond space and time. On others, it sounds like mere oblivion, the complete ending of all experience. Both pictures lean on the habits of self-talk that the teaching has already undermined. Instead, think of Nirvana first as a transformation of how experience unfolds while a person is still alive. In the early texts, this is sometimes called Nirvana with remainder. The remainder is the ongoing stream of bodily and mental events. The shift is that, within this stream, greed, hatred, and delusion no longer arise. The machinery of appropriation has stopped. Experience still happens. Pain can still occur. Sorrow for others can still be felt. But the background posture of, this is happening to me, this threatens me, this enhances me, has melted away. What is it like to live this way? Any concrete description will fall short, but fragments can be inferred from the path itself. Imagine seeing clearly, moment by moment, that every sensation is fleeting, that every thought is just an appearance, not an essence, that every emotion is a passing weather pattern in the mind. Now remove the reflex that says, I am this, or this defines me, or this must not change. Joy would still be possible, but it would not be clung to. Pain would still be possible, but it would not be turned into a story about cosmic injustice or personal failure. Other people would still matter, perhaps more than ever, but not as extensions of a fragile self that needs protection or praise. In a more ordinary way, glimpses of this are not unfamiliar. There are moments when the grip of loosens for a second. Watching a sunset absorbed in a craft, holding someone's hand with nothing extra added. For a brief interval, experience flows without being carved up into me and mine. Nirvana in the Buddhist vision is what it would be like for this. Clarity and ease not to be a passing accident, but the stable ground of consciousness. How could such a fundamental shift come about? The texts speak of a path, ethical discipline, meditation, and wisdom. In earlier parts of this exploration, we have already seen that insight alone is not easy. The habits of appropriation and ignorance are deeply embedded. It is not enough to hear that there is no self, or to repeat it like a formula. These patterns are woven into how attention moves, how feeling reacts, how perception organizes the world. Meditative training addresses this from the inside. By stabilizing attention, one can begin to see the mind's operations in real time. Sensations appear and vanish. Feelings of pleasant, unpleasant, neutral rise and fall. Craving responds. Identification forms. With practice, the speed of this process becomes visible. Instead of a solid, me having an emotion, there is a series of flickering events. As this clarity grows, the intuition that there must be a single inner subject starts to lose its grip. One sees directly that experience is a play of conditions, not an owned possession. Philosophical analysis supports this by providing concepts and frameworks. Meditation makes it undeniable by bringing it into direct awareness. Traditions have disagreed about which of these is primary. Some, like certain strands of Chan, suggest that deep meditative insight alone can cut through ignorance. Others, like Theravada, emphasize a careful interplay. Thinking prepares the ground, meditation confirms and completes the work. But across these differences, a shared conviction runs through: the cessation of suffering requires a transformation that is not merely intellectual. Still, it is worth noticing that the transformation is intelligible. It does not depend on a supernatural intervention. It follows from the very same causal structure that explained the arising of dukkha. Where ignorance leads to appropriation and craving, clear seeing leads to letting go. Where clinging builds up karmic momentum, non-clinging allows old patterns to run down without being refreshed. In this light, final nirvana, often called parinirvana, the complete nirvana at death, is simply the continuation of this logic. While the body still lives, even an awakened person experiences the ongoing results of past causes: aging, illness, physical pain. These are the remnants of previous karma expressing themselves in the present stream of events. but with no ignorance, no craving, no fresh appropriation. Nothing new is added that will project the pattern forward into another life. When death comes, what continues is not a self, but the basic law of causality, the particular series of psychophysical elements that constituted this person has run its course. Since there is no longer any fuel, in the form of craving and ignorance, there is no condition for further becoming. This is where the common image of a flame going out is helpful if handled carefully. When a flame ceases, we do not ask where it went. We do not imagine that it migrated to another realm, nor that it was annihilated as a thing in itself. We simply recognize that the conditions for its appearance are no longer present. In the same way, to ask, where does the liberated one go after death, is to apply a question that presupposes a persistent entity. From the ultimate standpoint, that presupposition does not hold. Yet the Buddha did not present this as a cold metaphysical conclusion. He presented it as peace. The ending of suffering is not an erasure of meaning. It is the ending of the compulsive search for meaning in the wrong place, in a supposed inner owner that must be secured, defended, glorified. When that project drops away, there is room for a different kind of meaning, one grounded in clarity, compassion, and responsiveness to the actual conditions of life. At the conventional level, it remains useful to say that there are persons who progress along a path who become kinder, less reactive, more free. It remains meaningful to talk about responsibility and consequences, because patterns of intention still shape the future of the stream. The Two Truths framework lets both pictures stand side by side. Ultimately, there is no self to save. Conventionally, there is still a life to be lived well, and others whose suffering can be eased. So what does all of this offer to an ordinary listener moving through an ordinary day? It does not demand that one immediately aim for final nirvana. It points instead to a direction in which the mind can begin to move even in small ways. Each moment in which the sense of I softens, each time a tight grasp relaxes even a little, is already a taste of cessation. Notice, for instance, the next time a strong emotion arises, the usual move is instant appropriation. I am angry. I am afraid. This is happening to me. What happens if the language shifts slightly, even inwardly, to there is anger, fear is present, this is being experienced? That small change in framing reflects a subtle loosening of the claim, mine, or consider pleasure. When something delightful appears, a flavor, a compliment, a success, watch how quickly the mind wants to secure it, to build a story where this becomes part of a stable identity. To see this movement clearly without immediately obeying it is already to participate in the same insight that, fully matured, culminates in liberation. The Buddha's promise at its heart is that this direction has no built-in limit. The grip can actually end. The sense of a permanent owner can actually drop away. The stream of experience can flow without being framed as a project of self-maintenance. Final nirvana is the name given to that complete and irreversible freedom. Whether approached through silent meditation, careful reflection, or the slow erosion of habits in daily life, the core remains the same. Suffering in its deepest form is not an unavoidable feature of existence. It is the shadow cast by a certain way of relating to what exists, a way structured by ignorance and clinging. When that way of relating ceases, the shadow disappears. In that disappearance, the Buddhist tradition finds not loss, but the most profound form of peace. A peace that does not depend on circumstances, on stories, or on a self that must be protected. A peace that comes from seeing, at last, that there is nothing to own, no one to be owned, and thus nothing essential that can ever be taken away.